See if our YouTube goes live. We'll see what we have. Oh, delicious. Hope y'all ready for some shiznit. No, pizza, you're good. The only main question was, do you still want to do that Dorado VOD? Because we're gonna do two VODs this morning, I think. We'll do two VODs this morning. We'll do some maybe we'll do some comp, see how we're doing, and then we'll go from there. We'll do some more later. Because we have, hold on. So we're gonna do the one for pizza. Mitosis has a VOD to submit. Tommy reached out to me about a VOD that they wanted to submit, and I think we have like two other people that also have VODs to submit. So it's going to be a whole thingy dingy. Mitosis, yes, Jacob. Well, I hope you got some sleep, pizza. Well, so pizza, I already figured because the way you were talking about it, I figured you would already kind of go over it yourself because you've even told me like, hey, how often do you look over your own VODs? So I gave me the vibe that you watch your own footage back often enough, which is a good thing. But what we're gonna do is a little bit more, and hopefully everyone at different skill tier levels are gonna be able to get a little bit of vibing. I need to start doing that. But CBA, what is CBA? Is it like a drug or something, Jacob? Don't do drugs. Let's see if we can find it together. Um, I don't know if you would have a code, pizza. I know I don't. I played a lot of quick play yesterday. I do 1 sec. Fantastic. We'll grab that code and then we'll go over stuff with y'all. Fantastic. So like I said, for the people that are watching, what we're going to do, and this is something that I normally do for my tier 2 team that I coach, and this is going to be, it's going to be a VOD review, but it's going to be a little bit more than that. It's also going to be kind of a map analysis. So we'll be focusing less so on an individual's like mistakes and good things to do and not to do, but we're going to kind of go over roughly what you should be looking for and what are the most valuable parts of the map to kind of pressure, control, maintain, and to try to show you guys the thought process that it goes through when you're seeing higher levels of play that can also be applied to your regular comp games, regardless of elo, in terms of what you should be looking to kind of pressure, what parts of the map are actually valuable and why, and how it's almost like a domino effect, where when you're talking about taking space, very rarely are you able to just go, I'm here and now I want to be here, and everything in between just bows to my commanding awesome power. It's not really quite how it works. The higher elo you climb and the more coordinated the people you're playing against are, whether you're getting out of the comp scene and you're getting into more like a scrim style play where there's actual coordination going on between teams, you'll notice that each bit of space, if you take it in a more consistent way of thinking, it'll go bit by bit by bit, and obtaining that map control greatly increases your chance to build momentum as a team or as an individual, and also really quickly and drastically sways the team fight in y'all's favor. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going over Dorado. Dorado is a map that a lot of people, 100% agree with you. Yeah, Sam. Dorado is a map that a lot of people complain about. In my personal and I guess technically semi-professional opinion, the reason I think that people complain about Dorado a bunch, it has to do with the high grounds associated with this team, this map. So the high grounds on Dorado, in my opinion, are they're way too tall for how little distance there is in between them, to the point where it definitely does favor defense more than offense. But at the same time, they really lack a lot of cover. So when you're there, they're very valuable, but they're also very high risk, high reward constantly. And the issue with this is if they do add cover, they become almost like multiple defensively way too advantageous spots, very similar to how Havana third point is, where Havana third point is way defense heavy. If you give any more cover to these high ground spots because of how they're positioned, it's like you'll have a bunch of these third point Havana points for defense, but scattered throughout the entire map. And that would make it way too one sided if you're the attacking versus the defending team. So that's something I definitely don't want them to do. But I think the reason a lot of people don't like this map is whether or not they actually explain it is because of how the high grounds are set up. High ground, as a general rule, tends to be a really valuable spot to take over, which we'll go over in a second. But it's because of the constant, there's risk and reward associated with it. And even if you're trying to take versus you're trying to defend, it's almost like there's too much interchanging pressure or interchanging risk reward going on in between attacking and defending teams. How we doing, chat? All the people that are joining us, we're going to be doing an in-depth map breakdown of Dorado because this seems to be a map that a lot of people kind of struggle with. So this will be a sneak peek into what goes down when I do my tier 2 coaching for my team, Arrays Halcyon, in terms of map breakdowns and going over map control and how that leads to more momentum for taking or holding space and what exactly that looks like. So this will apply whether you're a bronze player, a little bit of map knowledge, or whether you're actually going for semi-pro and lower levels of play. Once you are in like tier 1, you're kind of expected to already know this as a player. But for tier 2 and below, this is only going to be valuable. Is this still a VOD review though? Pizza, this is going to be a VOD review if I see something that is outside of, hey, you're already a GM player, so I think you already know what you could have done differently. As you've said, you were on like 5 hours of sleep and you kind of zoned out a bit. But this is definitely going to be more of a map knowledge breakdown as opposed to an individual VOD review. This is Pizza's VOD review for being so cool. I love Dorito. There you go. So Pizza, if you have a question at any point, like, hey, what could I have done differently to achieve A, B, or C? This is the part where you get to chime in and ask me specific questions. So that's why it still becomes like a you thing, but it's also meant to kind of help everyone involved because you're a higher level player. I think this will be something that maybe you haven't considered, and some of the other GMs in chat right now that I can see maybe haven't considered as like, hey, I do that, but I never knew why, or a, oh, I'm going to start doing that. That makes a lot of sense. So this will be beneficial for everyone. So right off the gate, chat, we're going to do something really quick, and this is crazy, I know, but we're actually going to make this windowed. I'm going to make this a windowed game. Now, you guys can't see that, but I can. And it's absolutely not to do. I got nice and bad choices this game, but we ball. Wild. Actually wild. So, give me 1 second. Okay. So what y'all are going to see is this. Can you see? Can you see? Fantastic. So again, this is going to be like a breakdown of the map. Select to get your opinion in general. To be honest, I don't think I play it often enough to really be at the point where I can benefit from fundamentals. Well, so the beautiful thing about how I coach fundamentals is that if you're playing any FPS title, the same train of thought can apply. So a lot of the coaching I do, people take into other games, especially when it comes to like offense versus defense and the mentality you need to have. Any type of objective-based game, whether you're playing Valorant, if you're playing Overwatch, if you're playing CS, if you're playing anything like that, you know, a lot of these, hey, why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? They transition pretty damn spot on. You'll even notice that some of the methodology that I use is even applicable if you're playing some MOBAs, which is really fascinating because it means that fundamentally at its core, in the nature of competitive person versus person, a lot of these skills and these fundamentals that you learn in one game are transferable to others. And that's really exciting because that means that your learning curve isn't limited to the one IP that you participate in, even the same genre. It can be transferred by bits and bits fundamentally to other genres and IPs, which means you just become a more intelligent gamer, not just a more intelligent FPS player, which is really exciting to think about. I'm going to get Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if that applies, but I meant PvP stuff. Gotta wait until money. Money is always good. Anyway, so starting off chat, I'm gonna just run this just for a second. We're gonna take a look at everything from overlaid. Let this run, let people get into position. I'll fast forward a smidgen. Okay. So first things first, chat. We're going to talk about strong points of the map. We'll talk about all the different high grounds that are available. Now, not even looking at what we're running, what character picks that we have. Let's talk about really, really quick the different strong points of this map. So first, the first section we're going to look at it. We're going to do it to 3 different sections. So this is section number 1. Everything that you guys see in front of you right here, from this point of perspective. Let's talk about some of the different high grounds that are available, some of the different corners, and we're going to use a couple different colors on the screen. So red is going to be for red team, obviously. This is team 2. This is the attacking team. This is the one that Pizza is on with Walker and then this mysterious person. And then the defending team is going to be here on blue. So anytime you guys see something that's blue, it's going to be marked with blue. Anytime you see something with red, it's going to be for red. Black will be used as like a neutral, specifically hey to this thing, and then yellow will also be a color that I change up, and I'll tell y'all what it means as we go. Blue is blue, red is red. Got it. Easy peasy. So first things first is we wanted to take a look at the different parts of the map that we deem as valuable. Let's start basic and we'll go with high ground. So number 1, some high grounds that exist. This is one here, or actually let's do this. We'll do 1, we'll do 2, we'll do 3, we'll do 4, and we'll do 5. So of these different ones, take a look at this together. Bum, bum, bum. Fantastic. So of these 5 different high grounds, what would y'all say is the most consistent and the most likely to be held by the majority of the cast of the different heroes available? Do you think that 1 is probably the one that most characters can hold, 2, 3, 4, or 5? What do y'all think is like the most likely for most characters to be able to hold? Let's talk about that for a second. There's actually 6. These are the main 5. Like you can nitpick and be like, oh, this little window right here is one. You know, you could technically hold back here with Widow, damage boost with Mercy. We're going to talk about these 5 in general. 1 or 2, but if I had to pick 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, you're trolling. So definitely not going to be 5 because most of the casts, they're actually going to end up here in 1 or 2. And then 3rd is going to be for specific characters, specific archetypes as well. 4 is going to be kind of a niche pick, definitely. And then 5, there's going to be some risk associated with it because you're very much kind of out in the open. And it's not exactly a troll pick, but it's definitely going to be very niche. So 5 and 4 are going to be your least consistent for the majority of the cast. 3 will be down to a certain archetype that you're going to be looking to play. I'll give you a hint, it's dive. And then you also have 2 and 1 are going to be probably the most commonly used in most different levels of play. How are we doing to the new people? So first things first, what is the biggest difference between 1 and 2? If we consider where the payload will be moving down this path here. We have the payload moving down this path here. So this is our first corner, and this is our second corner. If we have only this first corner and payload is here, what has better sightlines before this corner gets here? Is it going to be 1 or is it going to be 2? It's going to be 2. Now, the big thing about 2 is that you have limited cover. You do have a high ground advantage going from here into their spawn, but we're still in LOS of their spawn. So technically, they have spawn advantage for LOS reasons. Anything that you're going to be doing here is going to be technically more risky, but you have a really, really nice opportunity to pressure a lot here. The reason that a lot of people, if they do hold 2, they play either right up on this bridge and also kind of alternate between window and window is because you really got to be careful in terms of how much and how long you're peeking their spawn LOS. 1 is a longer sideline in the first corner, so I only play 2 when I'm pushed up. And you would be correct, Pizza. That's a really good methodology to have. So technically, you have more reward potential with 2. So there's more reward with 2, but there's also more risk as well. And that's the big thing. So the risk and reward for number 2 goes up. That's the big thing. If you play on 1, the reward is slightly lower for 1, but the risk is also lower as well. So this is where you kind of have to choose. And that's why you'll see a lot of some of these sniper characters or DPS characters, they'll kind of play in this little bridge in order to re-peek sightlines, because you're now no longer in the LOS of main spawn, but you're still able to contest this corner into some characters' more close to effective range. And if you need to, you can alternate between 2 and 1 through this little crossway here. Now, what you'll see a lot in lower elo is a lot of people, for whatever reason, really like holding low ground. Now, obviously, some characters are going to benefit from that, but what you're going to notice throughout this entire map, that there is a reason that a specific archetype is significantly better than the other 2 archetypes when playing on this map. And it has to do with, as we go through this, I want y'all to pay attention how many different high grounds there are, how many different points can, if you have mobility, hint, hint, wink, wink on the archetype I'm referring to, you're going to have so many spots to reset, 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 so you have to give up minimal amounts of space as possible. So just breaking it down, the 2 most consistent, and you'll find people most likely holding and trying to hold, is going to be this high ground here and this high ground here. I'm so lost. This is advanced stuff, y'all. I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible for you, but when people say that, hey, maps matter, maps don't matter, most people just queue in, push buttons, and go, hey, colors. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible when it comes to where you should be standing and why, hey, when I stand here, I frag out like a crazy person. And when they're standing there, we can't seem to push. Bro, I'm silver. So imagine if you figure this out and you start implementing this into your games, even at the base level, you're going to be smarter than the other 9 people that are in queue with you. Tell me that doesn't sound enticing. Room of 10 people, you're the smartest Chad there. Ooh, shit. Nice cheekbones. Anywho. So coming right out the gate, what we're going to be looking to do is control 2 or 1. Now, 3 right here, and Samuel, you have some experience with the scrimming and stuff. So you have some tier 3 levels of play experience. When we talk about 3, and Samuel, I'm calling you out here, what characters or what archetype would you say could, if any at all, hold or set up position on 3? If you had to pick one in between dive, poke, and then brawl. If you had to pick one of these 3, what do you think could more, or at least the most realistically, set up here in 3? Dive, correct. Ding, ding, ding. Why is that? If you have characters like Genji, you have characters like Winston, characters like Diva, they're able to hold in, drop on their targets, drop to contest, whatever it may be, and then reset with their mobility, whether it be a wall climb, a leap, a boosters, things like that, so that they're able to still keep providing value and reset rather quickly to a high ground position that few other characters outside of the dive archetype are going to be able to go up and truly contest them. So they're able to play close to their spawn, but they have this cover on this corner here. Drop, engage, get value, reset. Drop, engage, get value, reset. Drop, engage, value, get reset. All while still being in LOS of any supports that might be here or any DPS that are trying to help them from here. So they have LOS of their team and they're able to reset because of their mobility. Diva up there is a Manus. Diva up there is a Manus. Okay, let's clear this. I'm going to let a little bit of this run so you guys can kind of see how the map plays out from an aerial point of perspective. And then we'll kind of go from there, okay? So let's take this. Let's see where people set up. Let's see who tries to pressure where. And we'll kind of see how the game goes. The soldier with an interesting name. So the high ground. Everyone right now is technically making the correct decisions. The bat drops for some reason. We have a little bit of pressure already happening on the top right high ground. Cart's moving. We have our soldier going for flank pressure. This is really nice. It creates an off angle. Our Winston goes in for the dive. A lot of pressure being done. Right here, we're having a lot of things happening right here. So contesting this high ground, fantastic methodology. Dive Soldier. I love this A10 style flank on Soldier. I use it myself. I think it's fantastic. So this is really great. So immediately, we're pressuring this high ground. This would be spot number 2, and then spot number 1 over here. So 3 is clear. We don't have to worry about 3. 2 is the next spot, and then 1. There's more problem towards attackers if they're not willing to switch dive comp. Dive makes it easier, Storm, but it doesn't mean that you have to have it. So that's the big thing. There are going to be maps. The best example that a lot of coaches use is Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale is a very linear map. If anyone tells you that it doesn't favor poke or snipers, I think they're a little bit delusional. So Circuit Royale is very, very linear. So it definitely, very obviously favors one kind of archetype. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't run other comps on this map, but dive, especially for this first engage, it's a clear winner. It definitely is. Not impossible, just hard in regular comp. Absolutely, it's not impossible, but yes, why make it harder on yourself when you don't need to? Now, with that said, if you are playing in a lower elo, the exciting news is this: is just because you know better does not mean that the rest of your team won't go better. If you're in a silver lobby and you have a Reinhardt, you have a Lucio, you have a Life Weaver, and you have like a Widowmaker, nothing is stopping you from maybe locking the Genji, locking the Echo, and even if you need to, you can dive up there yourself safely, or at least poke and pressure. You can make other compositions work for this, and even if, let's say, your tank doesn't want to go up there, or maybe you yourself are playing tank, if you know better, pick what makes it as easy for you as possible, or if it's completely free, if you're playing in an elo where no one's on high ground, that's exciting because that means you can kind of take it for free and then start milking the value. That's the beauty of it, is that these spots on the map are very valuable because once you're there, they grant you LOS, they grant you a height advantage, they grant you some kind of off angle that is difficult to obtain, but once you have it, it becomes great for all the things I just mentioned. So when we talk about taking space, whether you're a DPS, a support, or a tank, the space that we want to take and how valuable it is, that does matter. Absolutely. Is this team VOD or scrims? This is a comp game that I am just doing a nice little map breakdown for our higher elo players and for our lower elo players to get a nice little taste of some of the more in-depth thinking that could really accelerate their gameplay. This is stuff I normally do for my tier 2 team. This is really advanced stuff that I'm trying to make as simple for people as possible. There's a reason that most coaches don't, like stream their scrims and stuff, because this is like inside secrets and stuff. It's a cool thing, but I want to do it for you guys because I think y'all are worth it. Called out for being an A10 viewer longs. So right here, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. 3 is open. There's no one here, so this is free. We don't really have to worry about this. If we're able to take it from them, fantastic, but we're not going to waste cooldowns to take this unless we can get immediate value out of it. So this right here is fantastic. We're pressuring 2. Hopefully we can take 2, because once we take 2, we can also then take 1. Remember those dominoes I was telling you all about? Sometimes we have to take 3, and then from 3 we take 2, and then from 2 we take 1. And once we control this trinity, we control these 3 high grounds, the defending team, not really going to have much of a choice. They're going to need to pressure back. So what does that tell us? If we're defending, we want to control these 3 points. If we control these 3 points as the defending team, the attacking team can't do schnipples. For the attacking team, if we control these 3 points, we have a lot of leverage. We have a lot of momentum. That makes sense? You can always look at the VOD on YouTube. Yes, and this will be going on YouTube for y'all. So this will be a Dorado breakdown. Anywho, let's let this keep running. So we have 3 as the attacking team. We have 2 as the attacking team. Let's see if we can clear out 1. All this time, payload's moving for free. Easy peasy. Echo goes for the flank. We're kind of doing a wraparound. Nice, nice, nice. Monkey tries to pressure. Carts moving. We're forcing them off. So this is really important. They had one, but because of where the cart is now moved, they had to drop off and give one. Echo kind of popped off. So did the soldier. 2 picks. Huge, huge, huge. And now we're going to get to the next area. So this should hopefully be a nice big fight win. Or an easy cap, I mean. I'm setting up for the next fight win. We cap that. Okay. Now we're moving on to the next area. Like I said, we're going to be doing this as simplistic as possible. And we're also going to be going through and breaking it down in like a nice, quick, efficient way. So the next thing is this, y'all. Let's put it from this angle here. This will be number 2. This will be the second section. Okay. So from right here, before we push play, what do y'all think stands out from this perspective as some of these areas of value that we were talking about? Same as the first point. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then we broke it down to 3 that are the most consistent to kind of hold down. The pedal, you're fired. What else? The tank, because you kind of seem more fun to kind of sandwich them. My favorite attacking spot isn't on screen right now. It's below you. You're referring to this? Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. If we're playing from here, let's say from this angle. Okay. I love that angle for pressuring height as hit scan. Okay, favor. But outside of pressuring that angle there, we don't have a true high ground advantage. We do have a nice little off angle. This could be nice and cheeky. But if you have multiple people holding up there, we can only do so much. Not to mention if they're bunkered up, if they're running comp, if they're running poke, if they're running dive, whatever it may be. If their tank is set up with them, this could be very limiting. I do that, or I run up the stairs on the right side. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second, Pizza. We're talking about consistency first, and we're talking about map control. So if we're looking at just this angle here, we talk about strong parts of the map. So I'm going to use yellow here. We'll use black to mark where our payload is going to be moving, which is, of course, going to be like from here to there. So down this pathway, we talk about the different parts of the map that we want to control. We are going to be doing this in blue because the defending team will be in blue. So if we take a look at this just as this is here, we back this up ever so much. That's fine. Perfect. So we talk about blue. What are some of the best parts in the map to kind of control? A little flank, but nothing more than that. Monkey and Echo should be going top, Ana on cart, soldier stairs. Take a step back, even more basic. You guys are overthinking. We're just doing basic map control. What are some of the most valuable spots on this map to control? Take over the church. You are the closest. Where BAP is. Where the supports are. Thank you, Walker. There you go. Blue BAP. Okay. So we're going to mark this as 1. Where's another one? 2. For bridge. Oh, up here? The other side of the building by coast. Okay, so we'll say 3. And you said this one here where the echo is. We'll say that's for 4. That's in the coast side of the building. The question is, what are some of the big parts of the map to try to control? I'm just curious as to what y'all kind of see in view. And then I'll go over what's this and that. Also, Mini J, I just saw the 1,000 bits. I appreciate your face hole. And then Teeler also with the follow. Yo, why are my things not going off? Y'all are crazy. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And in the back top left over here. Okay. Or do you mean over here? We'll put this here. Yeah, okay. Parallel to 2. We'll do this. So we'll do 5.5. We'll do 5.5. If it's attack that wouldn't taking over the whole map be the main goal? Best case scenario, yes. So the reason that we do this is, y'all, is I want you to kind of get a bigger picture of what we're kind of looking at in terms of a map. So we have 1 is here. I gave you guys this one for 2. 3, 4, 5.5. So of these, let's talk about this for a second. Number 4, would you say that this is high risk, high reward, low risk, low reward? Let's just talk about risk. How risky, based on where their spawns are for the attacking team, would it be to hold this space here at 4? How risky? Do you think it would be super risky, not that risky at all? The black line, that is where the payload is going to be moving, down that line. If I was playing, I would simply take over the entire map with my god aiming skills and easily roll the competition. Wild. 4 is low risk, low reward. What's the question again? How risky, if you're defending versus their spawn, the attacking team's spawn is over here. That's spawn over here. How risky, based on sight lines, all right, we talk about sight lines because they have spawn advantage, right? For LOS, would 4 be? I'd say 4 is high risk, high reward. Good. Now, if you get a pick from this, it's very, very good, but then they respawn. If they get a pick because they have spawn advantage, it's more rewarding for them. That's why there's high risk, high reward associated with it. Because if you can hold this, it's very, very good. But the drawback is if you get punished and killed in the process, it's very, very detrimental towards your team and gives the enemy team, the attacking team, a lot of momentum forward. For both, I'd say it's risky though, because you have very little cover, which is what we talked about in the beginning. This map is troubling for that reason. Nice angles, but you're in the open. I love how smart y'all are being. This is all very, very good feedback. Yes, yes, yes. You have reversed what I said. I basically got it. So the exact opposite of what you said. Yes. All right, let's talk about number 1. What about number 1? How risky is number 1? How rewarding is number 1? Would you say it's more rewarding, more risky than number 4, more or less? What do you think? What would you guys think about number 1? How risky, how rewarding is it? Safer from spam poke because you can back up. Love it, yes. Lower risk, higher reward to me. Maybe in the long term. Well, so it's a church, so low risk, high reward. Okay. If they have multiple angles or dive, it's not very safe. In theory, but you still have places to back up to. So if we talk about 1 and 3, these two here, when you look at 3, if someone wants to dive you, someone wants to pressure you, number 1, this is a fantastic off angle, but the risk associated with is if you were over here and the majority of your team is kind of paying attention to the path of the payload. Again, this could be in silver, this could be in plat, this could be in GM. If you're considering where the payload is moving yourself farther and farther away from the action to where you are cutting yourself off from resources, there is going to be a certain amount of risk that is increased exponentially on the play that you're making because you're so much farther away from the LOS of your supports, being able to get peeled by any member of your team, not just your supports, and other resources itself. So you kind of are on your own. So there is more risk associated with 3, even though it's the same height level of number 1 in terms of high ground advantage. But this nice off angle does allow you to see things from a slightly different LOS from 1, and you can see people a bit earlier. So 3 can be a bit more rewarding than 1, but the risk goes up as well. What you guys are noticing is that risk and reward tend to have a pretty good hand in hand. Like as they go up together. As they go down together. Every once in a while, you will see like a low risk, high reward spot on the map, and those are almost musts. But most of these maps are really well designed to have the risk and reward kind of rise and fall with each other accordingly. And that's kind of like the science of Overwatch mapping. Stay useful. Something just really proc to waste their dive tank's time and just heck off as soon as he looks at me. And then depending on the character that you're playing, the mobility of the character, how long does it take you to, as you put so eloquently, heck off and regroup with your team? Or how long can you stay there before you have to heck off, as you mentioned? So 1 is less risky than 3, almost as rewarding. So we've established, chat, that this spot right here, if you're an attacker, clearing this out so that your team controls it is really, 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 really good. So pressuring it, diving it, getting people away from it, or if there's no one there in the first place, taking it for yourself is just awesome good news. We're all on the same page for this, right? Now, the reason I marked this one over here as 2, this little back bit. Why is it rewarding if you 1v2 the supports? No, Storm. I'm not talking about dueling. I'm not talking about going 1v2. What I am simply saying, as simply as possible, is if you are able to pressure this high ground so that the defending team doesn't just get to sit there for free, that is valuable. Because if you are standing here as a defending team and you have these sight lines, you're able to do a lot. You can see payload. You can see where the attacking team is coming from. You can have a lot of beautiful high ground advantage, map control. You've got decent cover. You can do a lot from up here. So if you don't even look at the people that are up there and they can just keep healing, shooting, nading, snipering, bang, boom, your tank can reset there off cooldown to get back with his team. They're just going to be able to keep cooking and you're not really doing anything to stop them. So this is what we talk about pressure, building up momentum, map control. All of this is the very most important thing that I coach is map control, map control, map control, map control. No, you're good, Storm. I'm glad that you're asking questions. That's the whole point. How you doing, Broly? Welcome, welcome. Let's play that runs the corner 2. 2 is harder to dive than 1. Now, why is 2 harder to dive than 1, Pizza? Remember, we talk about dominoes, right? So you kind of have to clear the first one that leads to the next one and leads to the next one. So we take space by increments and you look for that first part of the map to take over and control, which then opens up the next door. And that opens up the next door. So similar to the first point where we talked about 1, 2, and 3, 3's for free, so we don't have to worry about that one. We took over the second one, and then we were able to take 1 after that. And once we controlled 1, 2, and 3, the push and the fight was greatly in our favor. It allowed flankers to flank, it allowed payload to move, it allowed fights to be in our favor. We took away the defender's advantage, so all we had was our spawn advantage. It was a beautifully almost snowball type thing. And we built momentum through map control, and we schlonged the competition. Does that make sense? So our first thing is to be taking a look at these different spots. Anyone at 4? No one's at 4? Okay, cool. 4 is good. We don't have to worry about 4. Fantastic. As an attacker, 4 is covered. Awesome. All right, what about 3? Anyone at 3? Do we need to clear out 3? Clear. There's no one at 3? Fantastic. 1. That's what we're pressuring. So as an attacker, you should be thinking, how can I take over these different spots that they can see me from, high ground advantage, parts of the map they can control that helps them defend. If they're having spots open that they have for free, then we don't have to worry about them in that we don't have to contest them, or we can take them to play into the advantage. If no one's at 3, let's say you're playing soldier here, Pizza. If no one's contesting 3 or 5, all of this becomes accessible to you. As soldier, you can go in for a flank, and now you can go in here and try to pressure out 2, which creates this really nice sandwich effect, which now helps the rest of your team pressure 1 a bit quicker or a bit more advantageously. Now imagine this, if you're playing in an elo where every single one of these people are standing down here, and now 1 is open, 3 is open, 4 is open, 5 is open, 2 is open. If you have the mobility for it, or if you can put yourself up into any of these places, and all these silly people are all grouped here, going, Reinhardt, hold your shield, shoot, pew pew, and this is like if you're in a silver lobby, take high ground. Take this space, and then go crazy. Start milking it for value. And this can be done in any elo. It's just simply checking to see what parts of the map are being controlled, pressuring the parts that are valuable, taking them for yourself, whether they're free, uncontested, or contested, and then recognizing, yeah, this is valuable. I'm now going to use it to my advantage, whether you're attacking or defending. So if you take 1 and they decide to drop back to 2, there's no more height advantage. You can now even take a neutral fight. So if you're the attacking team and you take 1 and you're fighting 2, they no longer have an angle against you. It's now a neutral fight. 1v2, 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 1v2. But this is still in your favor because as long as the payload's moving, you can just play here with cover because they don't have cover. You now have cover holding church. So you can use cover here. You can use cover here. Fight this until they have to drop way back or drop. So the amount of momentum that you can build by taking this high ground is unbelievably valuable. I leave for 4 minutes and it gets so cluttered, you'll have to watch it back on YouTube. Now, chat, like I said, this is way more advanced stuff, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. The name of the game is map control. Map control leads to momentum. This is what space is in Overwatch. This is probably arguably the most complex thing that Overwatch has to offer. And this is why when a lot of people say, oh, just make space. Tanks are meant to make space. You can make space as any character in this game. You can. Tanks are, because of their ability to like have built-in sustain and mitigation, they're able to a bit more proactively participate in it, but that doesn't mean you can't make space as any other character that's not a tank. Just notice you bubbling down there. I'm fumbling. Why am I down there? Chat, what am I doing? Y'all are wild. All right, so let's let this keep running. But does this make sense, chat? This right here, this one. This is probably the most major part of the map that you want to control. There's other spots that you might have to clear, like here and here. Like check this as an attacker. This is good. Check this. This is good. This is what we want to pressure. That doesn't mean go in 1v5 or 1v2 or 1v3 or whatever the hell it is. If you can poke from a distance, you can pressure, even pull their aggro, all of that is valuable. Value is not always in the kill feed. Value is not always in the stat card. Sometimes it's the cooldowns you force, the aggro that you pull, the rotations you stagger, the setup that you weaken. It can be seen in a lot of different ways. Ironically, I think I'm more confident in understanding the bigger picture stuff you're talking about right now rather than more first-person stuff, probably because I play about 5 minutes of ranked per season. But Pizza, here's the thing. You're a higher elo player. You play a little bit less. I think, personally, you're one of the people that we have that have already climbed so high within the community in terms of ranked that the reason maybe you don't play anymore is because you're ready for that next level of understanding, or you're looking for that next level of, okay, give me something to shoot for, give me something to actually be like, I want to improve to this point. I now have like a reward. I now have something to aim for. No, it's because ranked is hard and I'm bad. Okay. It looks like Baldur's Gate from this view. To me, I get it. Okay. Y'all are wild. Let's keep this going. Where's the button? Button. So right here, your echo. Now, obviously, chat, the echo's me. So I'm trying to pressure that high ground. The Winston goes up. I love this. The echo helps him. Boom, boom, boom. We're pressuring. We're going to clear this out. We go for the Kapepe. We're controlling that high ground until we have to drop. And then from there, we clean. So did you all see how beautifully well that worked? We cleared this. There was nothing over there. We cleared off this high ground. Used resources to make sure, oh, there's nothing here, there's nothing here. This is the main part we're controlling. From there, we milk the advantage. We swarm, collapse, bada bing, bada boom. Realest dudes in the room. And we're good to go. And just like that, easy fight win. This Echo player is pretty good. No, I'm trash. I've got one good eye and my hand shakes, but I appreciate that, Walker. It's very kind of you. Still don't know why Ash was playing low ground. Because they're silly. Okay, now, so payload is moving. What we're doing right now is called stuffing, but 1 and 2. So if we get payload over here to this corner, hey, quiet, welcome. But I like having fun, so I played this silly little quick play mode. That's okay, Pizza. I'm telling you, if y'all really want to enjoy this game, and it doesn't have to be me, I would hope that I'm able to help as many of y'all as possible. But if you really do want to just be like, hey, Let me grab a duo. Let me grab a trio. Let me get some insight. So look for resources, like look for a coach, look for a content creator that actually explains these things. See if y'all can get your brain up, not just your aim up, and see if you can make something happen and really re-fall in love with this game by playing it how it's meant to be played. And that's as a team. Because I'm telling you right now, solo queue is miserable, and it's because no one gives a shit. They're there to push buttons and look at the monitor half the time. Playing with people like that are like your gamer buds, you know, where like you grab like 3 of your friends, Tiffany, Brandon, and Charlie, and the 3 of y'all are just having fun because you're growing and you're actually playing in coordination and you have a game plan going into it versus boot it up, turn my brain off, hand me a beer, win 10, which is nothing wrong with that, but do that in quick play. If you want to get into an environment where you actually want to improve and see these strategies work, yeah, find a coach, invest a little time and money, have some fun, and become cracked at the video games, gamers. That's all I'm saying. So it's the same way you would pay for like a guitar lesson, You can either sit on your couch and for the next 3 years try to figure out how to pluck the strings on your own, or what in 3 years you'd accomplish on your own, hire a coach, and you can knock that out in 3 months, 3 weeks maybe, depending on how well you're able to listen, how good your coach is. Okay. So this right here, this should be kind of a no-brainer, chat. This is what we talk about. 1 was over here, 2 was over here, 5 is over here. I think you should watch this part first person. If you back up like 10 seconds, sure. Let's take a look. What did you do? We'll put it back to 20, and then we'll take a look at this. All right, huge. I'm glad I did this. Huge. Huge. Popping off. Oh, damn. I'm gonna knock those reps out. Your Ana is using the cover for the oh my god. Pectoral. Huge reset. We're still going. Okay. That's all? Okay, well that was productive. Anywho. Alright, so chat, real quick. If we go over here and we control, you guessed it, 1, 2, and 5. I'm acting as if you guys can see what I'm pointing at. Holy hell. 5 is here, 2 is here, 1 is here. We control these 3 points. This is the choke. This is where the payload is moving. This is what we're trying to cap. This is where we're trying to get. Ha ha ha. Awesome sauce. If we control 1, we control 2, we control 5, what can they do? This triangle. We control these parts of the map. We milk them for value. What can they do? Instead of doing push-ups on payload, milk them, we milk them. What did he say? I never said that. Anyway, now what just happened? We lost this fight. Now what are they taking? They're taking this high ground again. So what does that mean? That means, and this is why people don't like Dorado, because it's so punishing. It's so easy to snowball if you understand what parts of the map to control. And they can also be so punishing because if you do lose it, you now have to take all of this back again. Because what are they going to have now? They're going to retake 1 and they're going to stabilize 2. So now we have to do this all over again. But let's see if they troll. Because what do a lot of teams do, especially in low elo? They don't retake space. This is a little bit higher elo, so they're retaking space, as they should. So we now have to refight for 1. We cleared 4. We cleared 3. Our Baps might be cooking. Yeah, better character. Good job. Our Echo is pressuring main. I think our Winston is going to take high ground in a second, I hope. I hope, Sauce. Nice. Almost. Your Echo is kind of pressuring. Your Winston's going to go high. Now your Echo can dive with him. So this becomes a lot easier. Double pick by the Echo. Fantastic. So does that make sense, chat? We are pressuring this. This is the valuable part of the map. This is where we put pressure. Bap is Papa John's, Soldier is Pizza Hut. Bap could C9? Okay, right there, we're going to stop. Stairmasters are so fun. True, Gino. The amount of people that screw their team over by going for payload or objective, I want to squeeze all of them. I've had literal masters players that tell me, oh, I would just go for the C9. I'm just going to go for payload here. Why? Go for the fight win. And how do you get the fight win? Map control. Fun fact, chat. Is it easier or harder to move the payload if they're all dead? If the enemy team is all dead and you are attacking, is it easier or harder to move the payload if they're all gone? If they're all back in respawn, is it easier or harder to move the payload? It's easier, right? Jacob Shush. It's easier, right? That's what I'm getting at. The amount of people that will leave a team fight to go stand and try to cap the point or contest the point, like, okay, cool. You did 80% to cap it, or you move the payload 3 feet, but now the rest of your team is exploded because you just now handicapped them into a 4v5. Like, what? Okay, but more games have been lost when someone kills all 5 in high elo than when they don't kill everyone. Statistically, I'm correct. Wait. Okay, but more games have been lost when someone kills all 5 in high elo than when they don't kill everyone. Jacob, unless I'm not awake enough to understand what you just said, I either agree or disagree, or I'm just not understanding. I don't know what that means. Neither do I. I don't know what you're talking about, Jacob. They get confident in C9 constantly. In 20 games, if your stats were like, yeah, 18 of those 20 games I win because of C9s, I would believe you. But that's not. More C9s occur when someone kills all rather than when they kill like 4. If everyone is dead and you cap point, that's not a C9. We all know what a C9 is, right? A C9 is when there should have been a contest and could have been a contest, and there isn't a contest. That's a C9. If they're dead anyway, or there's no chance of contest, that's not a C9. You just cap the point. I mean, good job, but the amount of people that like a round ends and they go C9, and you just, what? You have no idea what that is. Why are you using that word? I do not think it means what you think it means. It's basically that. Anyway, we'll keep this going. We cleared high, we pushed through. It's going to be the exact same thing. Anytime you look at this, the characters that just get more value just inherently are the ones that are prioritizing map control. And it has nothing to do with aim. It has nothing to do with, oh, our team was better than their team. Why was our team better than their team? Because we're actually using the map to our advantage. Map control is a resource, and it's constant. It's always there. It's always good. Huge. The soldier's kind of hacking, or that maybe his ult. I don't know. Now we kind of just chill. Any trades here are kind of nice. Payload's not moving though, so we're just kind of like finishing up the fight. It should be in our favor. Their spawns have already reset, so our BAP let me die there. See? These are the people that you guys are queued with. But even if they're shiitake mushrooms, which is a nice way of saying shitaru, you can still make it happen. Alright. Ready, y'all? Third and final point. This is where I'm really going to trust your big brains. Third and final point. Let's take a look at this together. Ready? Wrong button. Third and final point. What are some of the valuable parts of the map? We're talking about map control. T-shape. Oh, you're referring to this up here. Okay. So let's put this as blue for the defending team. That's the wrong button. So this is a T-shape. We'll count this as number 1. So this will be 1. Where's number 2? Give me another one. What's another valuable part of the map? I give you a hint. You can kind of default and talk about high grounds. This may be a bit too in general, to be honest with you, though, to count all this as one. So what I'll do is I'll say this is number one. No. Let's make this thicker, shall we? Oh, that's too thick. I never thought there'd be such a thing, but that's too thick. All right, so this is one up here. This could be 2, 3. Over here on this angle can be 4 because you can see some sight lines here from this little tricky from still being on high ground. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. Depending on the character, you could technically consider this to be 5, like Bap jumping, Widow goes for a grapple shot. Hanzo used to be able to wall climb and go for shots. So we'll make this more or less niche-ish. I almost don't even want to include 5. So actually, I'm not going to. We're going to get rid of 5. So this will be 4, but 4 again is very niche. But 1, 2, 3. So it's these corners. Now, if we're talking about LOS and we're talking about value, good on a spot, I think. Back for the stairs if the high ground is a place that exists. Back here, okay, that could be a good one. Now, that is a bit limited, so I would still categorize that as niche pizza. What I would still say is that 3 would be better. And if you absolutely are forced back, 3 would then turn into 5, because then you can also rotate the spawn. But 5 is still very limited in that 5 only grants you this. If they are here, that's a no. If they are here, that's a no. If they cross this line, that's a no. So for that reason, 5 is still very meh. We're looking at the basic ones. I would say 1, 2, 3, almost don't even want to count 4. So 1, 2, 3. 2 is a little bit more far forward, but what does 2 grant us? The sight lines for 2 are going to be here. This is what we're able to see. For 3, you're able to kind of see into this. Maybe stop a flanker. Number 1, what are you able to see from 1? You can see everything from 1. Matter of fact, I'm going to make 1. I'll make 1 blue so you guys can see the difference. From 1, you can see everything. Everything that you can see from this point is all of this. Now, how much space, how much cover do you have as a 1? What's 5 then? 5 could be like back here from that strange angle, but I don't even want to talk about it because it's not very consistent. 5 only gives you these here. So how valuable would you guys say is 1 compared to 3 or 2? Because 3 gives you some of this and this. 2 gives you some of this and all of that. But number 1 kind of gives you the whole room. How valuable is that? Very rewarding, right? Very rewarding. Now, let me ask you this. How risky is that? If you get it, exactly. In the open, but you see anything. So like I said before, the risk and the reward for a lot of these map controls kind of goes up together. They do a pretty good job of staying hand to hand. So we've established this is really, really risky because it's in the open, but super, super rewarding because of all the LOS you get. Risky is like a 10, reward is like a 10, super duper, very high risk, high reward. Exactly. So what that means is this is valuable because what you can accomplish from here and all the sight lines you can achieve, it's amazing. 2 and 3 are a little bit less rewarding, but they're also less risky. So going into this fight, what do y'all think? If you're the defending team or the attacking team, what do you think is the most important that we control? What do you think is the most important? What we control? So we either pressure it and contest it, or we try to hold on to it and keep it as long as possible. What would you say? 1, 2, or 3? Which is the most important? If we can keep it or if we can take it, it's going to be the best for us. Which one would you say? 1, 2, or 3? Based on just that. What is the best? 1, 2, or 3? Uno? Exactly. Now we talk about dominoes though. If we take 4, we might be able to pressure 1 or 3. If we take 2, we might be able to pressure 3 or 4. If we take 1, we can very quickly afterwards take any other spot we want. So sometimes you can't take 1 immediately. Maybe whatever's up there has a pocket. Maybe the whole team is up there. Maybe they're controlling 1, 2, and 3. Like they're a really smart team. This is a higher level of play. Maybe it's even a scrim team. Let's say they're running like a crazy poke comp, and we have a Sigma up here. We have an Ashe or a Widow pocketed by a Mercy. Maybe there's a BAP. Maybe there's an Ana, a Zen. You don't know what's going to be up here, right? Let's say they're controlling 1, 2, and 3. So we have 2 options. We either pressure them enough to make them have to drop, or we pressure them from a different part of the map that we can control in order to force resources to swing in our favor. So that's where we look for 4, 3, and 2. Have you all ever been attacking on this map and it seems like you're just playing Respawn Simulator where you can never seem to get them off of number 1 or 2 or 3? They can't fortify all 3 indefinitely. That's the good news. So if they're controlling 1, 2, and 3, maybe we take a flank on 4, or maybe we look to pressure. Maybe we'll make this 5, or we'll count this as 4.5. This will be 4.5 over here. So we can take this angle, we can take this angle, and we can try to pressure 2. Maybe we can try to take a nice long sight. We flank as a DPS, or maybe we go for a flank here, and we try to pressure 3. So these become points of contact to where the attackers can pressure here, can pressure here, can pressure here, can pressure here, to basically sandwich or engulf and pressure out the 1. Hey, Plankton, welcome, welcome. 1 theoretically, but I play for 2, 3 because it gives you 1. Exactly. Exactly. If 1 is the most valuable, if you can take it because it's free or you just managed to get it because you're awesome sauce, cool, great, fantastic. But if 1 is what you should be going for, it's like a domino effect. Don't be afraid to look for other parts of the map that make it easier to get to what you're trying to ultimately get, which is this. So don't be afraid to go for the domino approach. Take space bit by bit by bit to where this becomes yours. If they have like a Junkrat or something spamming stairs, I usually play the Mega by 4. Does this make sense though, chat? Every single time you play this map, doesn't matter the elo, doesn't matter if you're solo queuing or not, the same valuable parts of the map will always exist. Now, whether or not the enemy team is smart enough to control them is up for you to observe and react accordingly. And you can only stay as long as you're able to understand what is the risk associated with the reward. If it's high risk and there's high reward, maybe no one's up here, you dive up there as Echo, and you go for some shoot, shoot, pew, pew, but they're set up at 3 and 2. If I can only stay for like maybe 2.5 seconds, but maybe I can get some pressure, force a cooldown, and I need to then give up and drop down, that's okay. Because while I was there, the value I got was maybe forcing a cooldown, forcing a rotation, pulling aggro. I don't want to overstay my welcome, so now I back up, relax, wait for my cooldowns, and then I can re-pressure. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be smarter. That's how we win the games. Okay? So we're going to clear this off, let it keep running, and let's see what you got. The Echo just got shitted. Played by the Mega by 4. Dive Echo 1 BAP and Soldier 2. You could. Again, think as simply as possible. Don't really think about what the enemy team is, what they're running. Think about where they're standing and what parts of the map are the most valuable. We're talking about map control here. Like even right here, they're controlling 1, they're controlling 2, they're controlling 3. There's very little that we can do. Now here we're just kind of holding, we're discorded, we got exploded. Why? Because they have way more map control, they have way more just everything going for them. We'll fast forward, let's see what we have here. Okay, so this will be a little bit different. Let's rewind it here. All right, let's see what we can do. Okay, they got greedy We had spawn advantage. We got some picks. We're now controlling the middle part of the map. We kind of have this nice little line going. Diva goes in. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Pay no attention. I didn't see it, pizza. Okay. So right now, 2, 3, and 1 are open. So technically, our BAP could take 1. Our Cass could fall back. Our Echo, after doing this silliness, could retake 1 if we needed to. BAP takes 1. Never mind. They drop. Okay. BAP is holding 1. Ana's moving payload. We have our Cassidy a little bit out of their effective range, but kind of holding this interesting off angle. Echo resets to 1, doesn't get out. She dies, unlucky. Gets pressured out. We're controlling 2 and 3. This is very nice. I'm liking it. Again, map control, map control, map control. Can you watch from my PIV? Yeah. We reset to 2 and 3. They try to take 1. High risk, high reward. They get punished. High noon goes off. We're chilling. Let's see. Can we take 1 from them? She tries to contest 1. Or he. They. I'm not entirely sure. Nice. That Reaper was very lost. Why did we drop? I didn't mean to fall there. Shame on you. But did we see how that makes sense, chat? There are always going to be strong parts of the map where if you can reset to them and control them and play from them, you're going to increase your chances of popping off exponentially. Imagine if that entire fight was happening on the ground. There's no noticeable amount of advantage you can gain. Interesting off angle. The one that's over there, I'm not going to pizza because I'm terrified as to what I'll see. But chat, does all this make sense? This is what we're doing. This is a breakdown of how to play Dorado. This is my tier 2 team that I coach. This is what we go over. And usually this takes between 2 and 3 hours of like we go over a tournament scrim VOD or something like that, a replay code, and we go over everything. If you guys can hear the recycle people outside, my apologies. I don't remember what I was doing, but I think there was a plan. Anywho, that's basically it. That's going to be the breakdown. If y'all are watching this on YouTube or you had the pleasure of watching it here live on Twitch, hopefully I was able to answer some of y'all questions. Hey, Vane, on the YouTube side, I see you. But that is going to be a breakdown of how to play Dorado. Those are all the valuable parts of the map, what you should be thinking about, whether you're attacking or defending. That is why they are valuable, what they do, why they're important. This is the science of Overwatch and what it is and what space is. I've never seen this kind of content on YouTube before. I've never seen this content made. I really think it's about time someone makes them. So if you did enjoy this, let me know what map I should do next. Any questions that you have. I do stream 6 days a week over on Twitch, Monday through Saturday. We go live around 12:30 EST every single day, Monday through Saturday. If you'll have questions, we have coaching available, private one-on-ones. We have free coaching available. We do VOD reviews. We do community day, a whole bunch of fun stuff. But hopefully I was able to help some people and you guys can see kind of the interworkings of what the science of Overwatch maps are. But yeah, appreciate y'all and hope you enjoyed. All right, future me, we are an hour and 12 minutes into the stream. That was our Dorado breakdown map analysis. Atlas saying I'll do it myself. Can we maybe go over defense as a normal VOD review briefly? Yeah, sure. Let's do that. You had a dream, but you realize your gun is butt. Now, for the people in chat, does all this make sense? Because this is I don't ever want to make anyone feel like they can't ask questions, and I don't ever want to admonish you guys for asking a question. No stupid questions. If you have one, ask it, and I'll do my best to answer. Remember what the interesting spot was? Okay, hold on. Let's go to defense here. Hold on. It was just a rotation to get the high ground back. Do you mean on third point? Yeah, that's basically what it's used for. Let's see how Pizza does here on defense. You're so fired. Nice timing on the roll. Good, Walker. No questions, but it really helped. Appreciate you, Quiet. Is that me tunnel visioning? A smidgen. So, chat, when we talk about flankers, if you hear the flanker or you know the flanker exists, while they're flanking, your team is in a 4v5 in your favor. So hearing them and acknowledging that they're there is already enough. React once they've committed. Don't react before. Because every second that you're now going, it's a 4v4. They've chosen to flank while a fight has already started. They're screwing their team. Was chasing Moira bad? Chasing Moira before she committed, that was bad. Because when you look at this, right here. So let's rewind this just a smidgen. Okay. Watch this. We hear the Moira. Now, we're going to stop, go look for the Moira, come back. Stop, go look for the Moira twice. In the meantime, your Echo's fighting, your Sigma's going to help. There's an Echo you could be pressuring. There's a Winton we could be pressuring, and the Moira still has to get to you. So if they want to flank during a fight, take the 4v5, either rotate in here to where as Cassidy, you're closer to your effective range, because from here or here, you're actually going to be able to now position with your tank and your Echo that are already here, and you can play closer to your effective range and be a threat. And you also make it so now the Moira has to rotate in deeper. And if you need to turn around, you're going to be able to. But the Moira has taken themselves out of the fight. They're down a support. You're able to drop bodies, contest payload, rotate with your team. Might as well play Soldier playing that range. Yeah, that's fair. Now, to be fair, Pizza here plays a lot of Soldier. So that may be a habit of like, oh, Dorado, Soldier, I'm going to hold here. And then they do the same thing as Cassidy because they're like, oh, I'm DPS. I'm going to hold here. But someone exploding. But if I was more comp, I probably would have ignored her more until she pushed. Does that make sense, though? When someone has chosen to flank, they are taking resources away from their team. This is why when I tell you guys, if you're going to play a flanker, don't do it during a fight. Or if you do, understand that you're removing yourself from it. So if you can flank in between fights, or at the end of one, setting up for the next one, that's probably the most opportune. But you'll see a lot of, and I'm not going to call out Sporks here, but Sporks had this habit of where she was trying to rotate to high ground, but she was waiting until the fight was already starting. So what that was accomplishing, it was that, okay, cool. Well, no one has an Ana. No one has an Ana until I get to high ground. If she does that at the beginning of a fight before it starts, and she's there and ready for when it does, it's way better. She increases her survivability. She's able to help her team. It's awesome sauce. You don't want to do it during a fight because by then it's like, well, the fight's starting. We already need you here. You don't really have an option to flank. Since when Cass is anti-dive? So Cass can be anti-dive-ish, and it's because of the nade storm. And hey, May, welcome. So yeah, the cast, it's the nade. And not to mention with high noon and roll, he can survive a lot of dive. Yeah. So before, yeah, that's fair, Walker. Before it was the flashbang that was anti-dive, and then also hinder with that grenade that makes you can't use mobility. It's really good against Winston. It's good against Doomfist, amazing. It's really good against Ball. It's not that good against Diva because you can eat it. It's really good against Tracer. It's good against Echo. Good against Genji as long as they don't have the deflect. So it's a pretty decent anti-dive tool. It doesn't counter all of it, but it does a good job against a good amount plus the roll buff. Yeah, so you can live a lot of dives on impact and things like that. But yeah, all this funness that we missed out on, that's the main thing I was getting at. Like the best example I can give is imagine if the enemy team has a Sombra and they're invis in the background black line someone or in the back line, and you and two other parts of your team while a fight is starting are going, where's the Sombra? Where's the Sombra? And the Sombra hasn't even done anything. She's just existing. You're giving the Sombra value just from existing. What about chasing her? Was that bad? The only reason it made it bad, Pizza, is that by the time, because you'd committed so much time looking for the Moira, is that by the time you were there and you committed to her, trying to kill her, take that duel, the rest of your team was already having to fight a 3v4 or a 4v4 main, in which they were more coordinated than you were. So this is where I talk about if in the beginning you were there to actually help your Sigma and your Echo, weaken their dive in the first place, put damage into them, force cooldowns, and weaken their dive, that by the time the Mora did get to you, you would be able to more confidently commit to that because everything else that's going on was already weakened or delayed enough to where your team can finish. That's the point. So you take advantage of the 4v5, and then when the flanker does get to you, you're able to actually punish their poor timing as opposed to reward their poor timing. Speaking of deflect, does anyone want to see how abusive the streamer is to his mods? Oh, Gino has the funniest thing. I gave a Genji play of the game because I echo bombed out of spawn to try to help Gino. I did not help Gino. The Genji had just gotten his deflect back, had killed our tank, and I tried to help Gino out. The Genji rushed forward after Blade popped the deflect, and the echo bombs flew back and killed me and Gino. It was bad. Our VOD's full. I played a match as Junker Queen and I kind of want to submit it. Nah, man, you good. You good. We'll have space for one after this. Should have just swatted her and moved on instead of chasing the kill. I would never have chased the kill, Pizza. I would have played main, make the Mei actually have to commit to diving you, and then, or I'm sorry, make the Moira, not Mei. Don't shoot Mei. Make the Moira actually commit to you, and then deal with the Moira. Because if someone's trying to get to you and you go chasing them, they've now pulled you from the fight. So instead of making them actually have to get to you, you're going to them. That's making their job easier, and they're pulling you from the fight, which is what they wanted to do in the first place. Are you making a Season 8 tier list? Do y'all want to see one? Think of the tank on Red 66 hyper-focused on me and letting his team get rolled? Exactly, Walker. Silly monkey. Huge. I know people say that High Noon isn't a good ultimate. I think you guys have seen me use like Lucio speed with High Noon, where I'll have like a random person I'm queued with. I'll be like, hey, we can speed High Noon, and they're like, what? I'm like, speed boost when I High Noon, and they're like, okay, and they do it, and they're like, whoa, that was super cool. I'm like, you don't say. So the idea is that speed high noon can be super, super valuable. Now, chat, give me 2 seconds because what we're about to do is probably do some scrimming here on stream. Really pop off unless you're in plat. But that's the thing, it's not meant to be a pop. It's good for zoning. Exactly the same way that you would use like Dragon to deny space, provide smoke screen cover, etc. You know, cut people off in certain situations. Like you have kill potential with dragons, but you also have zoning potential with dragons. Cassidy ult is the same way. People need to stop thinking of ults as it needs to be a 5-man kill. Like no, there's other value that you can do, and using your ult can actually then help you get kills. And if anything, that's already valuable. So or yeah, if the widow gets slept midair, you pop high noon, stare at her, and pop the full charge, and then you teabag. No, don't teabag. But you know what I'm saying. So there's multiple ways of using it. Pizza, we are going to stop it there. That was our full breakdown. And then Pizza, hopefully I was able to answer some questions about like when to stop flanks, when not to. I'm really excited to see how some of y'all start to consider other maps for like, hey, what's valuable parts of the map? Because that's going to be a thing. We are going to be doing a tank fundamental basics and everything breakdown tomorrow. Give me 1 second, chat. I need to do this Cerrone. Hold on. 2 seconds. Let me do this. And baby, are you down? Vane, I appreciate your face hole. Baby, are you down? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't know if I could submit right now, but I did. I can't. I can wait if we can't do it today. No, May, you should be good because today's Thursday. So scrim stuff I misremembered is not until tomorrow. And on Saturday we don't have one. So we should actually be good. As y'all know, I'm also a full-time coach. So I'm doing streaming full-time and I'm doing coaching, and so it's a whole bunch of stuff and it's crazy. Um, but can I have the Discord? Absolutely. Exclamation point Discord in chat. Cloud. Boom boom boom. That's what we're looking for. Pizza with the emotes. Zach, what did you do? Zach with the gift stuff for Storm. Bruv, that's insane. And now if I do this, hold on. There we go. Mm-hmm. That was what was supposed to go off when Jay donated 1,000 bits. So I appreciate your face hole, Jay. Thank you so much. I don't mind giving a little in this holiday season. Zach, it means more than y'all realize. As a gentle reminder, the way that it works for Twitch, if you're looking to directly help the streamer, the best thing you can do, as always, is going to be donations. That helps keep the lights on. It helps in a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. More than y'all realize. Number 2 is going to be in the form of like bits and then donated subs. Those don't get nearly as much into my pockets to help fund things, but bits are always fantastic and a nice way of showing an 80-20 split for the streamer. And then gifted subs, if you guys are going to gift subs, I usually recommend doing it for people that you see they're actively in the chat, just because Twitch has this really weird way of kind of giving them to people that either don't even use their Twitch anymore, or it seems to be very random. So if you guys see new people that are in, they look like they're really committed. They're here in chat a lot, and you're like, hey, happiness. I think those people seem to appreciate it the most. That's just what I have noticed. You guys can also sponsor giveaways that we do at the beginning of seasons for battle passes. You can purchase prepaid VODs that we then distribute randomly to the people in viewership and stuff like that. That means more. I want to start having some kind of a program that I have on the side for people that want to commit to doing like a monthly pledge to support the community. And I want to be able to offer like really awesome goodies for those people that decide to do that, such as free coaching sessions, free VOD reviews, mental health checkups, even if you guys need just someone to talk to, anything like that, that I can kind of give back and say thank you for that financial support, because it means more than you realize. But that's a thing. No problem. Don't mind giving a little in this holiday season. Zach, I think you, Gino, and I'm trying to think who else does as much as Gino and Zach. Zach is kind of known for being like the gifted sub Santa Claus, which is kind of nuts. Gino is kind of like the swings in like Batman and makes me cry with the donos. So they do a lot of stuff, but every little bit comes. Jay pops off with the biddies. Blue Akuma has done crazy stuff. Storm, you've sponsored emotes here on the channel. You've done a lot of amazing things. There's a lot of y'all that, you know, purchase the coaching VODs and the coaching sessions. Like May does that, Minna does that, Sporks does that, Sleeper does that, and it really does add up. So thank y'all. I think the real content would be watching our Ana on Ilios well. All right, May, if you can hear me, it is your time to shine. So let's see what you can do. Give me this code and we're going to review our Pro GM JQ. What if I wasn't broke? Pizza. Appreciate you being here. You're good. Code, you were ready for that. Holy shit. All right, code is 1Q2M. 1Q2M39. I've only ever played like 2 tank matches in quick play when I first started playing Overwatch 2, and Diva was that tank. Never played Junker Queen nor knew how her cooldowns, but I always thought she looks fun, so since I got tired of comp, I decided to have fun. Keep in mind, I made lots of mistakes, like maybe a bad ult. Gave enemy space by leaving team to get a bad pick, also had wacky aim and threw random cooldowns here and there, because once again, I didn't know her cooldowns, let alone how to play a tank or her. This was quick play. So what we're going to be looking at is this is a GM Mercy and Kiriko player, credit where credit is due, who is going to be trying tank for the 3rd game ever. So this will be interesting. Let's see what we got. Let's do full screen, and we are going to close the Epic Pen. Let's see what y'all got. JQ is my second favorite tank after Diva. She's actually fun, I think, pretty balanced. What I would say would break her is, imagine if her bleed healing wasn't healing over time, it was burst healing. Ha ha ha. That'd be crazy. Juliet, that's this right here. Fun fact, Juliet is my middle name. It's not. I'm just kidding. Okay. So we look like we're having fun. We Before we go any further, May, in terms of JQ, let's talk about basics. JQ is what? JQ is a poke tank, which is a little silly because you'd think that, oh, but she's, blah, 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 she's a shotgun. She's a poke tank. Wait, why code review without me? I'm sorry, Shorty. I'm terrible. Good to see you, bud. We are poke tank with a little bit of brawl mixed in. As you guys have noticed, or I hope y'all have noticed, is that for Overwatch 2, all of the reworks and all of the newer tanks that have been added, especially for the tank role, because there's only one, they're doing their best to make the tanks exist in one archetype, but be able to temporarily slide into another. Doomfist is a dive tank, but he can sometimes close range brawl just a little bit. Definitely not a poke tank. Orisa is a poke tank, but can also transition and do some brawling. Right now, Sigma Brawl, very popular in tier 2 and above. Why? Because Sigma can kind of brawl a bit. You'd be surprised. And that's why they haven't really had to touch Sigma. JQ, same way. She's a poke tank, but like her cleave and her shout and her melee bleed, she's able to kind of exist in this brawly type situation. So first and foremost, you are a poke tank, so you're going to have a nice range advantage to some of these characters. You also have a displace ability. Your built-in sustain is going to be from your bleed that you can inflict with melee, your knife, your cleave, but not your primary. So there's a couple things to consider. So the 3 things that I'm going to be paying attention to here, May, is number 1, when are you using your cooldowns and why? Number 2, how much time are you spending on their tank? And are you only looking at their tank? And then number 3, how much of their team are you trying to keep in check? Because keep in mind, and this is what we'll go over tomorrow with the tank breakdown, is we're looking to kind of keep an eye on who is taking what amount of space. Because we just talked about map control this morning in that video, right? May, I don't think you were there for it. So chat, for the people that are watching that were here for that session, think about on this map, what are some of these valuable parts of the map that we should be trying to control? And as a tank, you kind of have this really nice advantage of having this big beefy kit that should allow you to do so. So start thinking about where are the 2 valuable spots on this map that we should be trying to control, So number 1 is, May, I want to get you comfortable with what you should be kind of doing, what your cooldowns do, and what they're meant for. So your shout should be used about, I would say 60-40. 60% of the time is going to be to reset and disengage or rotate during a fight if you need to keep yourself alive, because it's the only sustain tool you have outside of your bleed. But it's a nice quick increase in speed and a little bit of extra overhealth to help get you out of tricky situations. The other 40% of the time you use to finish a kill, to like build momentum. So it's a nice way of saying, oh, back up, I'm good, chill, reset, and then start playing for your poke. Or it's a, that kill is mine, and after I get it, I can maybe get another cooldown in, and maybe get a bleed, and then keep the fight going in my favor. I've been able to ask. We have Tommy you can redeem, and then we have Shorty as well. We have a lot of y'all that like doing these VODs. I think this is what we're going to start doing, is on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're not going to do a lot of gameplay, but we'll do a lot of this. And then I'll like grab one of my friends and we'll play comp afterwards, like off stream or something. So Mondays and Wednesdays will be like comp pushes. Tuesdays and Thursdays will be almost entirely all VODs that we'll put on YouTube and things like that. And then Fridays will be like our community day / comp stuff. And then Saturdays we'll try to do more variety. Okay. A good Rhine will nipple on a bad JQ, but a JQ that's going up against a Rhine that doesn't know what they're doing, it's very easy to take advantage of. So it's definitely a skill diff in my opinion. Okay. Nice. butting. We're using buttons. No, May, you're fine. This is your third tank game ever. And this is your first JQ game ever. This is good, though, because we're going to have a baseline, and we're going to improve from there. And keep in mind, this is a GM player on a completely different role that they've never played before, on a character they've literally never touched. This is... Everyone goes through this learning process. You were fine, May. You're fine. The aim doesn't even look all that like bad. A lot of these things are like, okay, cool, yeah, boom, that's easy, bang bang, track, awesome, awesome. See, May, I will say this, I don't really have an issue with your aim. I was still playing on controller, should learn mouse and keyboard. That'll be a big step, May, but yes, I do encourage, if you're a controller player and you're playing on console, do what you got to do. But if you're playing on controller on a PC setup, I do think it would be advantageous for you to transition to the upgraded hardware. A lot of people don't want to do it because like, oh, that's gonna I spent so many years on controller, I don't want to. Realistically, your game sense is going to go with you. The mouse and keyboard thing, truthfully, it'll feel kind of weird, but give it like, I know people are like, oh my God, it's going to take so long. Realistically, it doesn't take people more than 3 to 6 months, and 6 months being like the crazy, very few people take 6 months. Realistically, you're looking at like a 2 or 3 month time to get used to it. And then from there, your ability to excel and get better, especially in a game like Overwatch, it really is worth it. Now, Jacob here will be the first one to tell you is that some games controller is actually better, or there's not really much of a difference. You can kind of gain advantages from both. It just depends on the scenario. Joysticks is a good example of not needing to. Yes, but that's one person, Jacob. If you're talking about the majority, because I know you love bringing up statistics, the average person is not joysticks. Halo is almost unplayable on mouse and keyboard. Okay, so there's an example. I'm talking about Overwatch specifically. Transitioning to mouse and keyboard, I think, could be the right call. That's why I said should. Yeah, Jacob, we're on the same page then. I got you, big dog. So, what I wanted to say though, May, is that your aim doesn't look like much of an issue. It's maybe getting a feel for how much, like what the effective range of your cleave is, and your knife, getting used to the travel time, because it is a projectile. Okay, now this is going to be me nitpicking a bit, May. But this is why we have our speed for a disengage. But as JQ, as a tank, where you're just like backing up, I'm dead. This is where you're like, nah, I'm gonna do what I do, and you look for a big juicy group of people and you cleave them. Fun fact, when you land cleave on multiple targets, it actually reduces the cooldown so that you get it back faster. Unless they reverted that change, and I'm silly, but my understanding is it still works that way. So watch this. Okay, 6 seconds. Right here, we're gonna hold this corner. We're chilling, we don't have our speed. Right here, you cleave into them. You cleave into them. You're at 80% to ult charge, even if you're unable to ult here because your whole team has died. Both your supports are dead, both your DPS have like 7.5 HP. Cleave back into them. If you're going to go down swinging. You got plenty of health. Cleave them, punish the group. Maybe look for a staggered pick. maybe you force an ultimate, maybe you force a cooldown, maybe you force them back, maybe you confirm that we get to 99. You have a lot of options here, but right here, we don't have a disengage, so this is where we kind of, we're going to go down, we're going down swinging. Because now we're in this really awkward, like, and you cleaved, but you weren't close enough to get anything. So you had the right idea, May. You had the right idea, but you do it into them, not away from them. So I would say get comfortable and practice how far your axe actually swings, and then your knife, when you throw it, the travel time, because it is a projectile. What is happening here? Are you melting? What's going on? That makes sense, man. That makes sense. I believe you. You can learn on Ana, just go further away and take your time, practice your aim. I was console. Yeah. Walker Baps can be a bit harder for some people because it has recoil. And it's a burst rifle. Ana's point, click, and you can aim for body as well, so it's a bit more forgiving. On nukers. Yeah, Jacob is really knowledgeable at this. He'll tell you why. Jacob knows a lot about that kind of stuff. But my argument is that it's a burst rifle, and just point click on body versus having to control recoil on a burst at a different range. Because BAP is hit scan, so playing something that you can play farther back with no fall off, that's pretty awesome. Because technically, since the Widow nerfs, Ana has the longest effective range in the game as a support character. A support character has longer and the best effective range of any other character, including all the DPS characters. Oh. Support, by the way, support's strong. Slower rate of fire. You got it, May. That's right. Okay. This is something that we're gonna get into tomorrow, chat, but I'll give you guys a sneak peek because May, this is a tanking VOD. If you're looking at playing tank and you're looking at getting as much value as possible, a lot of the targets that you have to consider are the ones that can do the most damage, pressure, take space. They have the highest kill potential on the enemy team. Reaper, very high kill potential. You can actually take on Reaper pretty confidently, but there's a specific cooldown that Reaper has that makes it kind of tricky for you to land your cooldowns and punish him. May, what is the cooldown that Reaper has that makes it kind of difficult for you to fight them? What is that cooldown called? You know, I wasted a lot of skills. Okay, but watch this. You just watch the Reaper fade into you, and you're about to have, you already have your knife, and you're about to have your cleave. This silly little DPS player just decided to fade into a tank. May, you should be going, oh ho ho, and you're about ready to smack this bitch back into spawn. That's the mentality I want you to have. As a tank, you are the strongest thing on the field. Pause. When uncontested, and people make your job easy. Support is very powerful as a general rule, But as a tank, there's a huge difference between a tank that is given nothing for free and kept in check versus a tank that is not being kept in check and is being handed kills. Because as a tank, you are able to capitalize on these free opportunities more than any other role. It's very similar to if you have a bunch of people in the enemy team standing in the open, not moving, and you're playing Widow, you're going to have so much fun. DPS characters that decide to waste their cooldowns and land in front of you without those cooldowns to make your job hard, you should be slurping and burping, big dog. What skin is Soldier wearing? Red Soldier. Is that Walker? Is that you, Walker? I just realized. Are you cute? You're duoed? I can't see. Oh, that's the Legendary Edition skin on Overwatch 1. Yeah. That's the young soldier. I like that skin. It's a good skin. I've got that one. I recognized it from the gun. Clown skin from Battle Pack. You're trolling, Jacob. I read Red Soldier. Yeah, Red Soldier. The Red Soldier was... That's... Yeah. I meant Red Soldier skin. Oh, I understand. Viper skin's pretty cool too. I use that one. But May, does that make sense? When you have a DPS character that decides to go, hey, tank, spank them. For sure. Okay, good. What are you Googling, Walker? What? May, you're good. So you look very comfortable when you play Mercy, but you've gained a lot of like knowledge playing the character for so long. It's the same thing. We're just gonna build up your confidence and your comfortability, and you'll be fine. You're good. Oh, delicious. I know that felt good. I know that one felt good. You know why Jacob uses that charm? Because he's beautiful. Drink your soup. Drink your apple pie. Drink your whatever you're drinking. Nice. Okay. Now we're starting to cook a bit, May. You look like you're like building some confidence. You're getting a bit comfortable. This looks good. If you can remember, May, how much better did you feel after the second round? Let her cook. True. Paris too shy if ask all the VOD slots are taken today. So right now, Walker, after this one from May, we're going to be doing shorties and Tommies. And then if we still have time, we'll get to Paris. What is this? Menacingly. She got some nice thighs, though. Can we talk about that for a second? Who is Para? It's the one that the account that's Atlas AV's firstborn son. I'll try to make time. Para, I got you, big dog. Ladies man, billionaire, whatever. The third. Oh, disgusted. Oh, push with no cooldowns. Oh, you should be schlonging the Reaper. It's fine. Okay. Okay, real quick. May, we talked about this earlier, chat. What did I say that like the vast majority of unexperienced tank players do, but other people in other roles do? You had high ground control in which you could have rotated into them and played for the fight win. And instead, what did May do? She gave up the fight win and the advantageous map control to touch payload. Point. So May, again, new on JQ and it's just quick play, but everyone in chat, we do not play for the point. The only time you must touch point is if it's about to be tipped over in terms of contest, which means that's where the fight's happening anyway, right? Because they have to be on payload to initiate a contest. Or if it's OT. Outside of that, you were playing for the map control in favor of the fight win, not for touching payload. Ever. So May, the correct play is after seeing the Reaper use their cooldowns. I actually left high ground to help team. Okay, but May, this is good. What helps the team more? Standing here going shoot me instead, or going in here dealing damage, making them turn away from your team and going shoot me instead? Because if your whole point is to pull aggro to help your team, this is it. Because either they look at you and now your team is safe, or if you're here and you're not actually threatening, if they're smart, they'll just keep shooting your team. Because you don't have a way of stopping the damage. You're too far away. You can maybe pull one person, and you don't have a shield or anything. So you go here, and if they don't look at you, they die. And if they do look at you, your team is now safe, and then they still die. So this is helping your team more. Does that make sense, May? You accomplish the same thing as you would standing on payload, but more. Because here, you're relying on them being stupid and just going tank, as opposed to you pushing in here and they're going tank. Does that make sense? No, you're good, man. You're good. That's why we do the Shroud reviews. Okay. Melee, nice. Delicious. I play to make DPS mad. Good. Win the mental game. Just super jump. You'll be fine. Just super jump. You don't have that mercy mobility, do you? May, quick. Where should you be positioned? It's the fight was over. Where should you be rotating to? Where should you be going? Where should you be going? On payload, high ground, in their spawn, in your spawn? Where should you be going? Where should you go? Hallway thing? Looking for high ground. High ground is the answer. Oh, frozen in fear. Oh, you missed? That's unfortunate. If you go back to pick... Chocolate, c'est bien. Mm. Okay, other than that last round where we kept going to payload for some reason, May, the big things I want you to practice are going to be this. I want you to get comfortable. First of all, first game on JQ, not bad at all. Effective range, though. I want you to practice a bit. How long does it take for the knife to go from where I am to where I'm going? How far does it pull them? Cool, cool, cool. Did you see how much damage it just did? It just took it to half health. If I'm moving, how much do I have to correct and lead my shot? So something nice to kind of get familiar with. How much does it pull? Sometimes you don't even need to pull them. Landing the knife, there's more than enough. You can do stuff, and you can also pull while you're not looking at them. Now, that's a little bit more advanced, but the fact that you can throw a knife, do damage, pull, smack, and then keep going, that's more advanced tech. Also, if you pull something and you're not looking at them, they're in front of you now. Take a step back. You'll pull them over your head, and now you can keep shooting and keep going. So that's multitasking. That's a bit more advanced. Keep in mind, for JQ. Now, that's stuff that I would do if I was doing like an in-depth JQ 1v1. I actually haven't had anyone book a JQ one-on-one session, but that's a cool thing to kind of go over. That's some of the stuff that I talk about in terms of advanced tech. Also, your aim on JQ is fine. I'm not worried about it. It's pretty forgiving spread, but I want you getting used to just how far your axe swing goes. If you've ever played Rhine, chat, you'll notice that the same way that Rhine has like this sweet spot of where the hammer kind of winds up and hits impact, this is the same, where you're able to kind of hitbox manipulate and get multiple targets as well. So something like this, and you're able to go wha-bam and smack someone, or vice versa. If I want to hit multiple targets, I can do that and hit multiple. So you're kind of able to into multiple targets even though they're farther apart. So it's little things like that to kind of consider. Change Tracer Bot and go junk. Let him damage you when you kill him and heal yourself on JQ. Oh yeah, true. That's another thing to kind of go over. This is definitely more specific stuff. But yeah, what Shorty is talking about is this. So you do that, and you can damage yourself. Or do you mean like the bleed? Oh, my bad, Shorty. Hold on. Okay, so like the bleed, I'm missing 150, and you're able to do this. So you land a knife, and we're chilling. So one knife bleed gives you 60 health. If you do a melee bleed, look at my health. I get 30. So does that make sense? Now, what's also worth noting is if I do this, and I pull it through, so I didn't land the knife, I still got 30. So if you get a direct knife land, it's 60 bleed healing. if you do a melee, or if you throw the knife and it misses, and then when you pull it back, it still hits them, it's still 30. So yes, technically landing a knife is twice as good, but if you're meleeing like multiple people and you're proccing multiple bleeds, you can have a lot of healing up at once. If that makes sense. Yeah, if you throw it there and you proc a bleed, you can do some cool stuff. But May, does that make sense? So keeping your bleed up as JQ, and there's a lot of different ways of doing it, is how you really add to your survivability, number one. And you can also, you keep up this really nice momentum, because the more targets you land stuff like your cleave on, it comes back. So that was one target. Okay, now watch what happens when I hit 2 targets. Oh, I messed up. My bad, Alden. But if you hit multiple targets, you're able to get the cooldown back faster. See, I got it back a second faster. So it's little things like that. Turn your camera, yeah. And you're able to get both. But yeah, May, I would try to practice and get comfortable with how far your cleave works, the travel time of your knife, and I want you to be kind of thinking the whole time playing JQ. All right, let me keep you guys here and there. Am I far away? Okay, who can I bleed? Who can I bleed? Who can I bleed? Who's getting into some... Oh, back up. So keep up your primary, poke, bleed, bleed, bleed. You see people grouped up, you can get close to them, smack them, and kind of go for that. Coach, put your right click down and do your ult. Don't get your knife, let him come to you. You can damage, and when he come back, he gets you and you heals. So do you mean like this? And I just pulled him and he came with me? Or do you mean just in general? Hold on. Oh, so you mean like this, and then I would ult, and then pull him? Well, I messed it up. So basically what you do is you throw it on the ground. So, there. And then you pull the knife through. Can I come and do it? Yeah, Shorty. We'll grab you in a second. But before we move on, May, do you have any other questions for me? Any curiosities, any things that you have questions about, anything like that? I think overall it was a nice vibe. I think it's just going to take some time for you to get comfortable, but we're going to have some cool things coming about it. What I want you basically thinking about is I want you thinking about what you're looking to bleed and trying to maintain that high ground just a little bit more, a little bit, and you'll be fine. Hell yeah, man. All right, Shorty. Show us the magic. Show us the magic. Okay. So Shorty's going to show us what he means. Okay, so... Oh, so you're stacking bleed heal. I see what you mean. Okay, so the idea is that you throw it, ult, pull, and you get a double bleed proc. Okay, I understand what you mean now. Okay, thank you for showing me that. So that's a way of getting like an extra little bleed proc. That to me feels very similar. If you're playing Moira and you throw a damage orb and then ult, you're able to get more damage per second. So that can be really nice because now you're able to get more damage per second, but you're also able to get a bit more bleed as well. And by the time your ult is over and that knife has been pulled, you'll have your knife almost again immediately. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Shorty. All right. With that being said, Shorty, you are next. So what's the code? Where's the VOD? What's going on? We'll do you next. Let's see what you got. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is it in the Discord for us? Let's see. Okay. I'm okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so first time playing in 5 months. I know, Shorty, but here's the thing. You're kind of a genius. So even if you don't play for 5 years, you're gonna come back and it's gonna be like 2029, and there's only one DPS character because all the other DPS characters have been turned into supports and tanks, and it's only 3v3. So you get one tank, one DPS, one support, and everyone can fly only if you buy the DLC, and you're still gonna be awesome. So it's good. WFECM1. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, by the way, Shorty, are you cool with me putting the VOD review that we did for you? I don't know if that's one of your accounts that is like a secret account. Are you cool with that being on YouTube? Because I know that some of your accounts are secret accounts that you don't want on YouTube. The one that we did the other day on Tuesday. It's okay? Thank you. I'm gonna make it top 500 DPS tank player tries Mercy Kiriko. It's gonna be great. The top 500 tank DPS player tries Mercy Kiriko. It's gonna be a great video. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have you on the Sigma. I think Sigma, Orisa, Zarya are really good right now. Probably Sigma, Orisa are the best. Zarya is good for certain situations. It's GM1 right now. Okay, so chat, you guys are in for a treat. You're gonna get to see a GM1 tank player. Now, Shorty's been with the community now for almost a year, and he's improved greatly. He does crazy, crazy, crazy awesome stuff on all the roles. Ooh, can I do this? Quiet, we'll get you there. That's my other alt on Zen, by the way. Naily fan. Okay. Wait. Wait, Shorty and Walker, are you guys queued together? That's awesome. Are you guys playing together? No? Oh. Well, that would have been really funny. Nice. Ooh, good sleep. Okay. So, Shorty, I'm going to be a little bit more tough on you because you are GM1. A big thing about Sigma is you pre-shielding or pre-sucking when turning corners. If you have to use hands, you lose your damage potential. But something I'm noticing you're doing once or twice now is you are engaging and then shielding. I want you shielding first and then engaging. It's going to make you a lot scarier and also really stop some of these nades and sleeps and damage that are happening right when you turn corners, and that's what your shield is for. So there's 2 examples that pop up just here in a second. I want you to take a look at these. Ready? So pay attention to the honestly. This right here. So you shield and poke. That was fine. And then your hands have to get you out. Now watch this. There's the shield. You drop shield. Shield and then go for the poke. It'll stop sleeps. It'll stop nades. It'll stop burst damage. It'll stop hooks, CC, all these things that make your job as a tank miserable. It even stop discord. So shield, engage. Shield first, then fire. Shield, fire. Shield, fire. It's very quick, very fast. I want you to build that habit. And you're going to see it again here in a second. So watch this. Shield, engage. Good. Fantastic. Okay. Shield, push. This is great. I'm liking this. Shield, pressure. Okay, ready here. Watch. You're about to have your shield back. Shield, pressure. Shield, pressure. Okay, I love this. Okay, you're about to turn the corner or go for a punish. Shield in. Dance with him. Good. Nice. Nice. The shield reactions are really good, Shorty. Really, really nice. Nice and quick. You're there for him. So the reactions are beautiful. You know, Shorty's a young man. He's 20 years old, full head of hair, nice chin. His reactions are quick. You know, he's ready. He's ready. Hey, Wild, appreciate the follow. Oh. Baby back bitches. Okay. Now, Shorty, again, there's something I'm noticing is that before you were holding this corner and you were doing it quite well. Now we keep dropping back to this corner. Why? What has changed? Because now we have to talk about we're giving space for no reason. Why are all of a sudden we're only holding back here? And even in between fights, we're not taking this space back. Why not try to pressure for this back here? Because if we look at the last minute, okay, we get killed. I got scared because I don't play in a long time. Well, okay, so it's a very big deal that you're willing to admit that. So it's good that you're able to identify you're playing scared because maybe you're a bit nervous because you haven't played in a while. As long as you and I were on the same page of where we should be, is we were doing an amazing job of holding this corner. We got scared. We're now giving them this space for free, and the fight is harder. Can everyone see that, chat? Is that when we were holding up here as tank, as Sigma, the fight was a lot easier to hold. Shorty looked very in control, had options to shoot at, wasn't really waiting for people. He was able to be the playmaker, keep pressure on, be engaged, be active. But then we backed up here, and now we're kind of just waiting for stuff to happen. and we're only kind of reacting to people. We don't really have the option of kind of being I'm going to decide how this goes. We're kind of being a bit more passive, and because that the passivity, whatever the word is there, more passive play style, we're kind of giving them a lot of freedom. So, because look at this, we get the res. Okay, nice. Pressure him back. But instead, we're staying here. If we push up to this corner and we keep their Sigma out, we keep the BAP out, we might even still be able to poke the Zen that we're after, but we're spending too much time looking at this little tiny, you know what I'm saying? Passivity. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. Thank you. Okay. We're doing things. We're doing things. Things are doing. Nice. Oh. Good. Nice. I'm loving the shoulders, or the shields on the shouldering. Really nice. Almost. We're chilling. Nice. Ah. Almost delicious. Almost delicious. Delicious. Very good. Okay. Now, chat, why is this okay? Why are we okay with this? Why am I not mad right now? It's 2 reasons. Well, 1.5 reasons. Why am I okay with this? Anybody? Wildcard because he shielded where he couldn't see. Okay, that's a fair point, Wild. But specifically, I want you guys looking at what cooldowns, hint, hint, wink, wink, the big glowing shiny one, and also take a look at how much time is left. You're going to notice a lot of times, and this is not by coincidence, that this entire game is dictated by resources in versus the resources out. So it's like in and out. It's an exchange of resources. Your ultimate, high ground, map control, number advantage, momentum, whether or not you have to reload. These are all resources, from the bullets to your gun to the buttons you can push to the advantage you have from where you're able to see and what you're able to see and not see. All of these things have to do with resources. The more you have, the higher your chance of success. The less you have, the more of a struggle it's going to feel. You'll physically feel like, oh, this is harder to do. Oh, I don't have any of my buttons I can push. Oh, I have all my buttons. This is a lot easier to get done. I feel a lot safer. Same thing. So because we're holding close here and we have our ultimate, and we know that even if at the end of my ult, if I die, but I'm able to take multiple people with me, that trade is good because it means that they literally don't have the time for an actual regroup. That makes it more okay. The risk associated with holding this close and the reward that would come is worth it because we have our ult, so it's increasing the likelihood that we'll get to pull it off. And they don't have time for another fight after this. And they're the ones that are attacking. I say this all the time. The burden of push is for the attacking team. The privilege of map control is for the defenders. All you guys got to do is drain that clock. So this is okay because we're defending, because we have ult, and the time. But yes, Wild, the shielding definitely helps him stay. It adds to his survivability. And while he's even punishing the Zen, he's able to stop some of that incoming damage, which is always good and awesome. Because it also lets him stay for a bit longer. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. I love it. I like it. More. Keep their supports out of the fight. Disgusting. Delicious. One more. One more. Nice. And now we basically win. Why? Because they don't have any supports. So they have no healing. So all the damage is basically permanent damage. All they have time for is a stall. We're chilling. Nicely done. Very nicely done. That was huge. I really like that. See, Shorty, you didn't play for 5 months, but you look very comfortable. Again, this is a GM1 VOD. This is one of our people that we've coached, and they've gone GM on all 3 roles. Very, very proud of Shorty. Full-time dad, full-time husband, was a full-time streamer and player. He did it all. Very proud of him. And he was originally gold. So if, you know, if that's not a crazy jump, I don't know what to tell you what is. That's a big deal. That's a big, big deal. Appreciate you, Shorty. Okay. One thing I am going to say, Shorty, is how quickly you're being forced to use your cooldowns. You're getting a lot of value from them, but right here, I want you playing a little bit slower, and it's because you don't have as much of this nice little use this, use that. Some of these characters in this game, especially tanks, I would say Doomfist is the best example. One of the ways that the best Doomfists will play is they do a really good job of weaving their cooldowns together. So they're never more than a second or two before you have your next cooldown. Doom is probably the best example. So you could do like a slam engage, maybe you punch out or you punch in, and then if you miss or you don't land it, then you use your block, which then stalls time to get your slam again, or gives you your punch back to where now you're able to punch. You now get your slam, which you can then disengage with or go for a finish kill, and then you have your block again. So you weave your cooldowns in and out. Sigma is like that as well, but the duration in between the cooldowns is a little bit different. It really comes down to whether you have your shield and your hands, or you only have one or the other. You'll notice that if Sigma doesn't have shield, but he has his hands, he's able to kind of keep himself up a lot more. Why? Because your absorb is a lot better of a sustain tool than your shield is overall, because of the health it grants you and the damage it mitigates. So my recommendation here is, I love this first little engage that you did, but watch chat how he uses shield, hands, and rock in like all together in the first fight. Watch this. Look at his health. He uses his cooldowns for the engage. He's using it to take space. Now there's 12 seconds before he gets his hand again. He's about to have his rock back, and he still has his shield. Watch how much scarier it gets. Now keep in mind, he just got 600 HP from using a nice good absorb. Sucked up a lot of cooldowns. We forced shield. We forced boulder. We're forcing the Torbjorn to now have to reposition. Pylon is in danger. We're doing a really good job here. But now watch what happens next. We block that. Fantastic. Here, we want to play a little bit slower. Just keep the pressure up until you get that absorb back. And with the absorb, you're now going to be able to swing and do a lot more. But if you tried to swing here without the hands, we're at a lot higher risk. So just something to kind of consider. But yeah, down to under 100 HP, you should be dead. You should be so dead. You got down to 50. See, like now you're swinging without it. You should be dead. But they don't punish you because they're silly. That's crazy. They're so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. That's amazing. You should be so dead right now. You had low shield with no hands. Ah. GM1, by the way. Oh my god. You should be so dead. GM1, by the way. Yeah. People are so silly. All right. GG, Shorty. Okay. Do you have any other questions about me or for me? Your Sigma is very fun to watch as always. I think Sigma's a very strong character. Really keeping an eye on weaving your cooldowns. You'll notice that tanks in particular seem to benefit the most when weaving your cooldowns together. DPS and supports as well, sure. The thing about support is most of your cooldowns can be used in a bunch of different ways. For DPS, there tend to be more like kill confirm based, or a lot of people, a lot of heroes on DPS, their cooldowns don't directly help them, they more indirectly help them, or they're very niche in terms of what they do. So like Widow Grapple, you use it to get a different angle, or you use it to reposition, or you technically reposition to get a different angle. Venom Mine though, it's pretty niche. But Sigma and a lot of other tanks, weaving your cooldowns together adds to your sustain or your mitigation, helps you hold space better, can actually help set up plays. So weaving those cooldowns together, really, really nice. As always, appreciate you, Shorty. And then chat, do y'all have any questions and anything you guys are curious about? I want a Snickers. Gino, is it the type of Snickers you were talking about yesterday? Because I can't help you there. I'm sorry. All right, moving on. Tommy, if you can hear me, you're next, big dog. You use grapple to heck off, I think you mean. All right, Tommy, if you can hear me, let's do this. All right, are you dropping the code in the Discord for us so other people can use it as a resource as well, possibly? Okay, I see you. Okay. So for people that are curious, in our Discord section, this is where I recommend people put their codes for VOD review. You'll see it laid out. They'll give me their in-game name. You'll see who it's for. You'll see the rank. You'll see the role and character they played, a code, and then a small description of the VOD. The reason we encourage y'all to do this into the Discord is if you're a part of the Discord, and let's say you are a player that is higher rank, lower rank than the VOD in question, or maybe even the same rank, and this is a VOD that you saw, hey, Atlas coach this on stream, and I want to use this as a reference. I want to be able to look at this and go, okay, I see this, I see that. Or alternatively, if it's a lobby and you're noticing that, like, hey, it's a GM lobby and they have a widow, the coaching I do may be for Winston, but you're noticing that, hey, they have a GM widow. Maybe I can watch that person's perspective and I can learn a little bit of widow stuff. I can see where they're positioning, when they're shooting, when they're not shooting. And so you really kind of have the potential of not only learning from the person that we're coaching, but maybe you can pick up on some valuable information from everyone else that's within the lobby. So that is a free resource available to y'all. If you want to use it, it's entirely up to you. You know, not a lot of people do that, so it's all for you guys. One thing you should like whenever I rush my rail these days, I hear a voice in my head go rushy Russian. Good. Okay. So this is going to be Plat 4 Sojourn VOD, and it's going to be, so let me see the description. I feel like I've improved on my patience with Sojourn Rail. Ult usage too, though I still panic quite a bit. This game was okay, struggled a bit on defense, but attack was much better. I try to be more aware and not dying as much. Lol. Okay. So we're going to be looking at when you're ulting, and then your patience with Railgun. Let's see what we have here. So 9A0 5JB. Thank you, Shorty. Appreciate you. Okay, let's see what you got. So that you're going to be father over here on Sojourn. Nice little map. Great skin. Great skin. Water mommy skin. Fantastic. I think the knuckles are very intimidating. They're like spiked knuckles, you know? Gino is definitely more into the blue skin gals than I am, but hey, you know, I'm not here to judge. Okay. So this real quick, let's talk about this for a second. So this little window that we decide to go there. All right, let's take a look at this together. Okay. So we have their tank that manages to push past choke and pressure payload. Now, this is lower elo, and everyone's on high ground for some reason. They drop to go stand on point. Oh, that's Dagmar. So you're still the better decision maker here. So what instead of doing, in my opinion, is instead of fully going all the way to here and limiting what you're able to see, what I would actually recommend you do is if you're going to slide, land here and then hold this angle. The reason I say this is because if you need to, you're able to readjust and shoot other people that are incoming. Maybe even shoot, throw your disruptor nade down here. Okay. Maybe kind of keep them back so they're unable to help the Sigma. Or if they do manage to make it through the choke and they walk past you here, like the soldier was trying to do, you're also able to now switch targets and shoot them in the back from a full 180 behind them. Does that make sense, Tommy? So what this is an example of is we're giving up more space than we need to, and it's also costing us line of sight. So instead of giving up from here and seeing how long it takes us to go here, and then we're limited to what we can see, we give up slightly less space. It's a faster rotation, so we're able to do it more quickly, and we still have options. Does that make sense? We have more we can see. We have more things to shoot at. We're keeping an eye on where they are and where they're going to go, and we can respond accordingly. They're going for high ground there. I'm ready. They're going under, keep them at bay, pressure this, build up my rail shot. They walk under, bang, I can shoot them in the back of the head, and now they have to choose help Sigma and shoot at my team, or now deal with me until they blow up. And you can kind of keep this going. Versus here, the only thing you're going to see is the Sigma or their team if they decide to walk to point. But anything that wants to help him from far away, you're not going to be able to see them unless you put yourself in a really awkward position. And now you have to choose. Do I see the team or do I see Sigma? Do I see the team? Do I see Sigma? The room barely has any LOS? Yes. Hey, Gloom. Good to see you. Yes, we're going over a Sojourn VOD. I know the two of you guys have two of y'all have a competition. Who's going to be the better Sojourn? So here we keep the pressure up. We back up. It takes us longer to get there. And now we're only going to see what ends up kind of like right in front of us, or we're going to have to peek into them. To see the Ana's healing him, we can't even contest the Ana. It's like, you know? Gloom is better. So Tommy, I will say this, the thing that Gloomy is doing really well is her awareness of like where she's standing is really good. And I don't even want to compare your guys' aim to each other, but Gloomy, to give her credit, is very aware of her surroundings. Like she's very aware of what's going on. She does not really have much of a tunnel vision problem unless she gets nervous. But when she's comfortable, she's very like, okay, who can see me? What can I see? She's very good at that. Nice. Are we gonna be a rushy Russian? Or are we gonna... Nice. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Okay. What was on our screen that made us want to ult? Okay, Tommy, but why? This is where the learning comes in. Why? And the chat, anyone from chat can answer because this is an open, healthy discussion. We're helping each other. So why was ult maybe not needed in that situation? There was only, it was a tank, but it was only the tank, and they already had half health, and they had used all their cooldowns. It didn't really provide value. Fight was already won. Good, exactly. Moving forward. Good job. Shit. And now we're down 4v5 for the next fight. Because they're the ones that are having to push. And now that just made their push easier, right? Unlucky. Unlucky. Well, that is now theirs. Don't you do it. Good. Okay. So this is where it gets interesting. I said, don't you do it, but then something happened right afterwards. Why would I tell you not to go in on the Bastion when the fight hasn't been fully committed? We're still in the neutral. But something happened. Something magically happened to where now all of a sudden going on the Bastion was the correct play. It happened very quickly, Chad. Did anybody notice what it was? This is a window of opportunity where all of a sudden going in on the Bastion becomes a play. Let's put it like right here. So here, sliding into the Bastion is kind of like a risky biscuit, right? Because look, there's nothing else pulling aggro from these characters. What noise just happened? I'll play it again. Listen for the noise. Listen for the noise. Audio cues. What just happened? Listen. Did you hear it? Who heard it? Shit. Who heard it? I almost said shrimp because he stopped playing. Who heard it? What was the sound? JQ ult. Exactly. So what does that tell you? Our team just engaged. The JQ just went in, which means everyone is now going to be staring. Their aggro is pulled. Their attention is pulled. Resources are about to be used. Otherwise, they're about to get schmacked and sizzled. Which means now you can push the bastion. Does that make sense? Now you can push and you open up that side of the map and you have an off angle and you're in the fight as opposed to now being away from the fight. Does that make sense? We don't slide in 1v5 when all they have to do is look at us. But if we slide in to help our team when their team now has to look at a bunch of stuff and choose, that's valuable. A person can be smart, but people tend to be very stupid. We take advantage and we make them have to choose. Anytime someone has like a bunch of choices all thrown in their face all at once, the average person is going to panic. They're going to panic like crazy. I'm still a bit tunnel-eared. Well, you got two of them. We're gonna make them work for you, and it's gonna be a good job, Tommy. Oh, don't. What? Ah. Okay. Okay, but okay. But Tommy, the only thing up there that was contesting you from staying there was the Bastion. You killed the Bastion, which means you now control that high ground. Why leave it? You took space, you fought for space, the space is yours. You did a good thing. Awesome. Why give it away? You worked hard for it. You can now stand where the Bastion was standing because he's not there to contest you, and you can now start schlonging their backline. But as long as we're on the same page, Tommy, before we move on, you were on high ground. You found something to fight. You contested them. You came out on top. That map control is yours. You earned it. You worked hard for it. You did a good job, and you were rewarded for it. Don't take your goodie bag that was just given to you and go, no, that's yours. Check it out. See what's inside. Ooh, free iPod. Start, redeem the rewards. You got sent an $150 Amazon gift card. Get that new mouse pad you wanted. Don't just say, fuck it, mouse pad, and throw it into the river. These are weird metaphors. I love free goodie bags. Yeah. They gave you space. You worked for it. It's now yours. It's free. Milk them. Okay, now if you kill that Bastion, let's see what happens. Okay, nice. Okay, now what do we do? Yes, I'm so proud of you. Why am I proud of you? What did you just do? You took the Bastion and you went, oh, that's mine now. You're taking your goodie bag. Oh, I'm so proud of you right now. It's a little bit risky, but your team's pushing. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I know you're low health. I know you're fine. But do you see how good that was? That time you made the right choice. You took the goodie bag, and then you milked it. And you played safe. You didn't get greedy. And now we're chilling. Let's look for the next goodie bag. Okay. We're chilling. We're chilling. Let's see if we can get an angle. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Bastion on high ground, pop your ult, it's worth it. It's worth it. Pop your ult, pressure him, damage him, pop your ult, finish him. It's worth it. Bastion can do stupid things, and he's also trying to contest and take this space. Your ults are meant to deny that. Don't be afraid to ult there. 110%. This right here. Blasting him. Rotate in. Look for an ult. Rotate in. Look for an ult. Look for an ult. You thought about it. See, you thought about it, and you're like, oh, should I do this? You thought about it. And that's good. That's step one. You at least considered it. Flood his circus with what? Wow, I can't say that on the internet. Oh my god, I'm gonna get banned, Gino. Because the thing that killed you there, the Ana got a good sleep, but the thing that actually pushed you, because you had high ground, was the thing that was also on high ground. It wasn't the Ana or the soldier. Because you still have an advantage against them. Even if she landed the sleep, the Bastion can still push you. Oh. Remember, when we get nervous about our aim, a lot of people get closer because they're like, oh, it'll be easier to hit things. We really got to break that habit. A lot of people, and you'll see like low elo supports do this. Like nothing drives me crazier than an Ana that is standing up their tank's ass because they cannot aim. You can aim, Tommy. I've seen it. We know where he is. And this is where we're getting nervous. We're getting very nervous, and we're giving them free space. Okay, better. Your Rhine is kind of a Chad. Good job. Disgusting. Hold on. Wait for it. Hold on. There we go. Come on. Believe. Alright, hold on. Thank you, sir. I'd like another. Arr. Disgusting. That was a collat kill, by the way. That was a collat kill, by the way. Did you all see that, chat? 1 shot, 2 kills. Widowmaker wishes she could do that. Widowmaker wishes. Widowmaker wishes. Nicely done. Wait, no, it wasn't a clack kill. Oh, I suck. See, my eyes are bad, chat. This is why I don't play. Y'all will be better than I could ever be. And I'm proud to say that. Yeah, I will make y'all better than I could ever be. Alright. Not gonna lie though, your tank is actually kind of goated. Like for plat, they're playing very, very well. Very, very well. I had a good team. Y'all are all doing well. I'm not worried about it. I don't see anybody on high ground. I think that's pretty valuable. We might be able to take that, right? We are what they grow beyond. I've never heard that before, Pizza. That sounds spicy, though. What's good, ZP? Another bad habit you have, and Widow players do this too, you do not have to slide everywhere you go. As Hanzo, you do not have to leap everywhere you go. It's a little bit better because leap comes back so much faster. Widowmaker grapples every time they move. You don't have to grapple. A lot of people that play soldier, because the passive mobility is just it's built into the character, they take that and you watch them play any other character with mobility. Like imagine this. Imagine a Genji, anytime they wanted to move around the map, they were dashing. That would kind of suck, right? Because then every time they could have used the dash offensively or to reset when they needed to, they wouldn't have it, right? Think of it the same way. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it because you've used it to move 4 feet to your left. Almost. Damn it. Pizza. The chat, how do y'all feel about Tommy here on attack? Looking patient, not too greedy. Looking pretty good, right? Taking valuable angles. Remember, it's the same thing on defense. The map does not change in terms of what's valuable and what isn't valuable. It's whether you have to give it up or whether you're able to take it, but it's the same way. But a lot more people are comfortable in attack versus defense. It's called left-handed versus right-handed Overwatch players. The same way that the vast majority of people are right-handed as opposed to left-handed, we call Overwatch players that are right-handed. That means they're more comfortable in attacking situations. And then left-handed Overwatch players are ones that are more comfortable in defensive situations. And then once we teach you guys how to be ambidextrous, you're going to be good at both. Delicious. You trolley-poly-oly. You got greedy, you little... Pizza, then you play very well given the fact that you're using your feet. We're going to put you in the circus and we're going to make a lot of money. You ego dueling. Even if he had his monitor off, he would still out aim you there, Tommy. If you were playing Winston or Diva, I would be okay with that play. You are not. Big slide, big slide. Tommy gets cocky. It's like when Tommy plays pool with his friends, he's like, I'm already up by so many. I'll do some silly shit. And the next thing you know, it's like, oh, they caught up. So keep it consistent. Keep yourself disciplined. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to slack off once the round and the game is over, not during. Okay, pizza. So Tommy, the little things about the slippy sliding, a lot more patience. The thing that we went over, hopefully you were in chat for it. If you weren't in chat, and for the people that weren't here yet, I am doing something that I haven't really seen on YouTube before. It's going to be map breakdowns to teach you guys map control, because map control is the most important thing in this game, because it has to do entirely with taking space, which a lot of people talk about, but it's probably the only complicated thing about Overwatch is probably the concept of space. And I've never seen any other content creator or any other coach explain what it is. So I'm doing a series on, I'm going to do every single map in this game about what map control is and what are the best parts of the map to try and control pressure, hold, take, how to take the ones that are harder, how to hold the ones that are easier, and everything in between. We just did Dorado this morning, which a lot of players complain about, especially high elo players, and there's a reason for it. So we talked about that. It's the same thing I do for my tier 2 team that I coach. And if it works for semi pros, it will work even if you're bronze, because the maps don't change. Doesn't matter if you're in Overwatch League or what used to be Overwatch League, or if you're playing in quick play, the maps don't change. So the parts of the map that are valuable, they're valuable for every time you boot up the game and every time you get the map. So if you're interested in learning about map control, it will make you a significantly smarter player that will help you win and understand the game a lot better. And it has nothing to do with aim. It helps you understanding the game, and all that's invaluable, because unless they fundamentally change a map or they delete it entirely, that will help you for your entire Overwatch career. And those same basic concepts transfer into other FPS titles, as well as other competitive titles that exist there, whether it's CSGO, Valorant, hell, even League of Legends. It'll still help you. Take that duel. But yeah, Tommy, the slippy sliding, if you take space, if you win a duel and you're able to then take that for your own, I don't want you giving up your goodie bag. You earned it. You showed up to the party. Your fit looks fly and fire. Awesome. Take it. It's yours. Hi, Lisa. Appreciate the follow. It's that before sniper in me, Battlefield 4. I was one of the best in that, so the cockiness is still there. Okay, but here's the thing, Tommy. Playing Battlefield as a sniper, if you found a spot where you could bunker up and you had all this beautiful sight, all this delicious LOS, it got you kind of excited, right? Because you're like, I can see everything. Think of it that way. But because of how this game and the speed at which it moves, if you find a better spot and you're able to get to it, you'd be silly not to, right? But if something happens and you have to back up, then yeah, of course you back up. But if a better spot opens up and there's nothing really to stop you, you're going to take it, whether it's Battlefield 4 or if it's Overwatch. Does that make sense? That's the point. Spilo has a map guide series. I don't remember watching it, but I know it's there. I've dabbled into it. Pizza, again, I think it's too vague. I think it's a bit too vague. I don't know if he has something that he does like for a paid Patreon on the side where he actually goes more in depth. But again, the problem with giving vague advice, and this is the same reason if someone asks me for like advice and stuff, I don't give vague advice. I'd rather do a VOD review with you, is because if I'm the type of person that says to take high ground, okay, but then let's say the person takes high ground, but they don't know why or when or which one, and then they explode and die, and they go, well, that didn't work, and then they go back to playing how they were before because they weren't given enough explanation. That's not fun, you know? Or if I just say, aim better, get better, bro, skill issue, that's even less helpful. So I would rather go a bit more in depth and try to help the person understand because then you can actually learn, as opposed to just being like, yeah, I got it, but you don't actually know what's going on. It's like being in a class and the teacher says, does everyone understand class? And you're either nervous to say, no, I don't understand because it wasn't explained in a way where you could comprehend it, or because maybe you learned differently, or you just go, yeah, sure. And then you move on to the next lesson. But then when the final comes up, you have no idea what to do because you were too afraid or too nervous to say something. I want to create this idea that I don't want you guys to be nervous or afraid to ask. And the community that we're building, no one in chat ever admonishes each other. We don't make fun of each other. If you genuinely want to learn, that's the whole point. I will not tolerate anyone giving anybody else shit in the chat that's here to genuinely learn. That will not be tolerated. If you're looking for answers, I'm trying to give answers. And we all help each other. The GM players help the diamond players help the bronze players. Hell, sometimes even the silver players help the masters players. It has happened, and it's a very cool process. Anywho, that's going to be it for that. Does anyone else need a VOD? If you are new and you're watching and you're curious about the VODs, exclamation point coaching in chat will answer some of those questions. If not, I'll give you guys a brief little breakdown. Para, you are next, correct? Are we doing a channel point reward redemption, or are we doing a donation for you, Para? Did you already redeem? Let me double check. But the way that we do these is on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do VOD reviews. And you can also book me for private one-on-ones. They're a lot more in depth, and they do live gameplay as well. They're private, so you have my full undivided attention. We do those over Discord. You can either book one here while I'm streaming, or if I'm off stream, you can go to my Metafy page, exclamation point Metafy, and you can book and you can pick out like, okay, what do I need? Do I want to do a tank lesson? Do I want to do a general one-on-one? Do I want to do a VOD review one-on-one live? And you guys can pick which one best suits your needs, and you can go from there, and you can schedule it in our system. We try to keep it very, very available for you guys to make it as simple as possible. I have a quick question. What are the counters? In what sense do you mean quiet? Are you talking about what is countering, or what are counter picks in Overwatch? Tomorrow's company Christmas party. I may have a sip of a beer or two. Yes, you will, Tommy. Yes, you will. That doesn't sound like a quick question. Actually, it is. And I know Spilo just came out with a video on that. I hate to break it to y'all, but again, it's too vague for my liking. There's a much more simple way of answering what are counters. If you're asking what I think you're asking, quiet, the I mean, I didn't mean to send that, and yeah, counter picks. No, quiet, you're good, you're good. Counter play over counter picks. Gino, you are correct. So when we talk about counter play over counter picks, the reason I like to use the term counter play and not counter pick is I want you to think of it this way. If you ask any low elo player who wins, Orisa or Roadhog, what will they tell you? Anyone can answer, chat. Anyone. Who wins, Orisa or Roadhog? Whoever I'm playing? Nah, seriously. If we're thinking about counters, who wins, Orisa or Roadhog? No one has an answer? I'm surprised. Well, most people would say Orisa, right? Orisa would counter Roadhog. Now, what people don't think about is why. And I'll do a video on this as well. What was the question? Was who wins, Roadhog or Orisa? Hey, Boo Boo. Oh, Boo Boo, perfect, because we're going to go over this tomorrow in the coaching breakdown with you live. Who wins, Roadhog or Orisa? We're just talking about those two characters. Who wins? Roadhog versus Orisa. There's Orisa counter side because she made lots of damage and interrupt Babe and not get hooked. Okay. So when we talk about counterplay, we talk about countering. Tank is probably the most noticeable one. Roadhog. Well, we'll get to that. So when we think about, let's use Roadhog. So Roadhog. And we talk about Orisa. So these two characters down the middle. So what is the point of playing tank? What should you be looking to do? And again, Boo Boo, this is a sneak peek into what we're going to go over with you tomorrow. Or Saturday, forgive me, Saturday. Create space, okay. And again, that's a very broad term, so let's get a little bit more specific. As a tank, you have the ability with your bulk, with your varying different cooldowns and fun awesomeness that you to have really nice matchups against things on the field that we call squishies. Now, squishies are targets with 200 HP or less. Notice how I said 200 HP or less, because those tend to be DPS and support characters. Now, some DPS and support characters have more than 200, like Zen or Cassidy, or other more, I guess, obvious ones are like Reaper, May, Bastion, things like that. Or maybe even some that have a bit of maybe some shielding involved, like a Brig with her shield. That's a little bit silly. So, but for the most part, it's targets with 200 HP or less. Those are categorized as squishy characters. So, as a tank, you have really nice matchups versus them if it comes down to a 1v1 situation. So, with that logic in mind, what you are looking to do as tank is you are looking to deny, pressure, kill, shut down, counterplay those targets as often as you possibly can. Now, it's the second, not the first. Yes, it should be Saturday. Now, with that being said, the reason people talk about like, oh, Orisa counters Roadhog, it's not because Orisa fighting the Roadhog is just going to boom, you're dead, boom, you're dead, boom, you're dead. What it's referring to, and this is where you go deeper beyond just the tank role, is that if Roadhog is trying to kill a squishy, is trying to push the rest of Orisa's team, which is what you should be doing as a tank, right? Because if you're playing Roadhog and you're only ever shooting the Orisa, that would be what, chat? Starts with an S. Stupid. No, I'm kidding. No, that would be a bit troll, right? A lot of tank players, especially in low elo, they spend 80% of their time just shooting the other tank, just shooting the other tank, just shooting the other tank. And very little happens, and you have that Rhine player that's going, what is my DPS doing? And then they get impatient, they charge into the back line, LOS their supports, explode, and go team diff. Wild, right? So no, the reason that Orisa has a really nice way of countering Roadhog is because Roadhog's breather, Roadhog's ultimate, Roadhog's hook, right? These are cooldowns that he would use, and his state of mobility that he would use in order to try and pressure things he can kill, which is more often than not the Orisa. And the Orisa with her cooldowns is able to keep the Hog in check, keeping her team safe. Because they both have the same relative amount of mobility. If Hog is using Hook, Orisa can interrupt it and make it harder, denying whatever the Hog was trying to pressure. If Hog has Breather and he's trying to sustain and hold space, Orisa, again, has cooldowns and abilities to try to make that harder for the Roadhog. Roadhog has Ultimate. Orisa has cooldowns and abilities to, again, make it harder for the Hog to be able to pop off. that's the whole idea of counter and counterplay. It's not always the 1v1. It is how does this character stop this character from being as awesome as they could be, right? Think of another one, Roadhog versus Doomfist. If the Doomfist keeps trying to 1v1 the Roadhog, who has the better matchup there? The Roadhog, right? So if I'm playing Doomfist into a Roadhog, do I just lose? Or do I look for other things to pressure? Because the Roadhog can't keep up with me in terms of mobility, but can keep up with me if we're in the Roadhog's effective range. Does that make sense? So the counter play, and this is why, like, well then how come Doomfist Zebra's a Doomfist player? How come everyone doesn't just go hog and win against him? It's because he doesn't play into the Roadhog. He plays into what he can pressure. He plays wider. He plays way more hypermobility. He uses his advantage. The counter play for a Doomfist versus a Roadhog is stay out of hook range and keep constant pressure by flanking, diving, flanking, diving, flanking, diving, pulling aggro, attacking the backline, make the Roadhog chase you, or force him to have to trade with your backline. Now that's a little bit more in depth, and we'll go over that on Saturday with Boo Boo. But that's the idea. So Roadhog versus Orisa, the advantage goes to Orisa if it's just a 1v1. But if the Roadhog can counterplay and abuse high ground, then the advantage goes to the Orisa if the Orisa is not smart enough to react to it. And this is why counterplay will always be better. If you can outsmart the person you're playing against, even if on paper the Orisa should win, if you have a bigger brain, it's a big brain, no aim, you can still counterplay and come out on top, even though on paper the Orisa should beat the Roadhog. If you're better, sorry to put it bluntly, but if you're smarter and you outplay the Orisa, you can still win even though you're being counterpicked. But I have a bit. Hi, Deanna. Um, I'll be honest with you. I never thought in a million years I would ever see you make a bigger D joke. I'm actually thrown off right now. For a split second, I thought someone hacked your account. I'm rethinking everything. I thought I knew you. Do I not know you? I thought I knew you. I'm so confused right now. But to be fair, I say some weird shit when I haven't eaten or I haven't slept. So maybe that's what it is. Junior, are you okay? I'm so confused right now. That's wild. Uh. Mm-hmm. Pizza. But hopefully that answers questions. Quiet. Does that answer your question about like counters or not counters? Counterplay over counter picks. That's a lot of zeros. Also, Deanna, I don't know if you checked, but I sent you a very important business message on Snapchat. I think I was right about not being a quick question. I try to make it as quick as possible. The short version is counterplay, not counter picks. But again, I don't want to just give you guys a blanket thing. I want to try to actually answer the question so we walk away with an understanding. Right. Various heat indication makes me feel. Chad, if I could teleport and wave a wand and take away people's pain, I would. I think the medication she took was Viagra. Holy shit. Cloud got away for Saturday. Missed it. My family was talking to me. No, no, no. Quiet. So, long story short, is well, you might have to watch the VOD back, but for reference, we're currently 3 hours and 18 minutes in. If you watch it back, go to about 3 hours in, and you should have what we're looking for. Because I don't think I can summarize it better than I did. But quiet, it's all good. It'll be available once I go offline. It'll be there, and it's also on YouTube, so you can watch it back. So yeah, 3 hours in, right around there, where I start talking about it. Look for when I pull up this big white screen and I start scribbling. That's the good stuff. It's about 15 minutes of an explanation. No, pizza, that's for the big D energy. Anyway, Para, if you can hear me, we're gonna do your VOD now. But quiet, the short version is counter play over counter picks. Is the short version, and then my explanation was hopefully more helpful. That poor woman, Deanna, you don't deserve any of this. Even gravity's being an asshole. All right, Para. So embarrassing. Nah, fuck embarrassing. I just want you to be okay. Jesus Christ. See, chat, this is why I have to go back to the gym. Because I'll just carry her everywhere. And then she doesn't have to deal with it. Or I'll go get whatever she was getting so that she doesn't have to. I got you, Para. Okay, let's see what you got. So this is going to be, is this the Zenyatta play? Is this the Zenyatta VOD? And hey, Jay. I should, to be honest, a little healthy walk. Thank you for being welcoming, quiet. Okay. So this is going to be IGN Monkey. This is for Atlas or anyone. This is a silver 2. Role is tank. You played Zenyatta. And it says, this is how to play Zen. W-E up. American Eagle, American Eagle, American Eagle, American flag, American flag, American flag, American flag emoji. All right. This is about to be something. 5, 3, 6, 1. JK. This might be the last one, but we are going to be doing a couple of VOD token giveaways after this one. So for any of y'all that are looking to get a free VOD, you don't have to spend channel points, you don't have to spend any money. We're going to be giving away 2 of those that was sponsored by our very own Minximo. So we're going to be giving those away so you guys can earn some. We'll do a raffle pull at the end of this VOD. So what I'm actually going to do is we'll do this right now. Also, we'll be doing some giveaways coming up. We're going to start bringing back marbles on stream for our. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that at the end. Yeah, we're gonna do that at some point. Thank God. Finally. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Do I have it available right now? Hold on. No, it reset after the Windows update. Okay, so it's not available today, but we're going to bring that back. We're going to do marbles on stream for the giveaways starting in December. So, marbles. Chat, do I just download it right now? All right, give me 2 seconds. Thank you for the patience, Para. Thank you for the patience, chat. Marbles kind of look yummy. If y'all have never seen this before, Deanna, for some reason, wins a lot. I don't even know how. I don't know if she doesn't have a way of rigging it, which is kind of crazy, but she's very good at marbles. Y'all will see it. It's kind of nuts. I have never won. I don't know. I distinctly remember you winning like every single time. Gino never wins. Poor Gino. Gino gets in first place constantly, and then he just gets stuck on like a wedge, and then everyone beats him, and it doesn't even make sense. It's not fair. Okay. That should take like 2 seconds to download. Yeah, it's already almost done. We'll be fine. So that's downloading. We'll do marbles on stream. Yes, Boo Boo, you'll be able to enter on your phone as well. I went back in time looking for Deanna wins every time. Okay. Let's do the VOD here, and then we'll do marbles on stream at the end for the 2 VOD tokens. Okay. So Para, this is your tank submission on Zen. On Gibraltar, let's see what you got. Like the skin. Wait. It looks like Dark Souls. I have so many questions. All right, let's see what you got. No, I'm missing. Flank Zen, go Burr. Now keep in mind, they can't hear him right now, chat. Bruv. What's really nuts, too, is that I can tell this is low elo because none of them are wearing headphones. They are all deaf badgers. Walker, watch this. It works up to diamond? Probably. I made a Masters player cry yesterday. A DPS, they were Masters across the board on Tracer. They were playing Cassidy, and then they were playing Ashe. I made them cry. And I just sat in the backline as Tracer. I just spawn killed them. It works, dude. Yeah, charging shots give a noise, but look, none of them are turning. You don't heal your diva. Fuck your diva. This is silver 2. This is amazing. I love how you're using cover, by the way, and you're not a payload princess. You're actively taking more angles. You're closing distance. You're going for glass cannon. The teammates having a red HP bar confused me so much. True, Lisa. Yeah, it's replay is wild. So just you kind of have to look at it this way: is whatever color the flames end up being on the person we're spectating, those are the people that are on their team. So if you see red flames or a red icon around the point of view, that's everyone. So yeah, but yeah, team 1, team 2, blue, red. It's really weird. There's team 3, 4 select ones. No, don't stand in the middle of them. Pizza, what are you saying? Look, and they're just gonna heal. They're like, Zen, stop it. Heal your team. So that was something small I wanted to say. Para, small little thing, very little. Volley versus left click. When do you do them? Volley when you cannot see them and you're about to peek, or you're about to punish them, about to peek you, versus you see them, they see you, primary. Because fun fact, primary on Zen does more damage over time than volley does. Volley has more burst, but the wind up has to be considered. So you do more damage over time with primary, not your volley. Does that make sense? Your left click is higher DPS. Para likes the sound of volley. I tried to talk to him about it. That's wild. Yo, we should do a GoFundMe, and we're gonna get Para the Zen Ducky skin. Oh, there you go, Sporks, exactly. We'll do it for Para, maybe for like a Christmas present. I don't think he's used orb one time. Oh, there we go, there's an orb. Okay, we are going to keep this educational, and we are going to actually VOD review this. The push on the Winston, if you have your Transcendence, you're fine. But if this wasn't a silver Winston player, you would be dead. So, Para, I'm glad you're having fun, but I also want to make sure you get something of value moving forward on this. You have Transcendence, you can be a lot more aggressive. If you do not have Transcendence, you can't be quite as aggressive. So, simplistic, but again, something small. Number two, a lot of this times when we build this ridiculous amount of momentum and this snowballing happens, it happens a lot in these low elo situations. I don't want it to go to your head, because what happens if we lose this momentum? They figure it out, they get a lucky pick, whatever it may be. And all of a sudden we lose that momentum. It can be very difficult to get that back again. So keeping up, making sure you're making the right decisions in the neutral, playing for that poke, playing for that damage, building up your ults. Try to focus on getting that so that you're able to get your ultimate, and then you can go for the aggressive plays until you're actually forced to use your ult. So nothing against this. It's going really well in your favor. I am curious to see is how you treat it on defense, though. But yeah, this, if you had your Transcendence, I wouldn't be afraid. You could have spent more time damaging. Their Lifeweaver is literally a troll. I hate that character's ability to pull you away. Their Sombra almost killed you, and their Lifeweaver literally said, nah. You should not be allowed to play Lifeweaver until you hit at least Masters. You shouldn't. You should not be allowed to play that character until you're Masters. That shit's wild. My aim don't be aiming sometimes. I'm gonna do an aiming VOD as well. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more full-length videos coming out to YouTube, chat. I've been very nervous about it because I was afraid that my PC was gonna explode, but at this point, fuck it. We're going all in. My PC blows up, but we need to get more content on YouTube. Sleeper. Tank diff. It doesn't have enough oomph, storage, RAM, etc., to handle a lot of the rendering processes for keeping a lot of videos and storage and the download and the upload, and the internet's fine. It's more like the processing power and the rendering. We did the fundraiser to get some money for it. Unfortunately, the Black Friday deals were not quite what I was looking for, and you know, it's what it is. I'm still gonna make it work though. It's all good. I'll make it work, chat. Y'all just enjoy the content, enjoy the community. I will make it happen. Okay, so like I said, let's take a look at the defense, kind of see how this works out. Honestly, if we ever do a cosplay, I think we should do this Zen skin. The hat itself, it gives me like funny Barbossa vibes from Pirates of the Caribbean. I like it a lot. Yes. Morning, Migs. Alright, well, Deanna says yes, then we kind of have to now. Are you part of the supported creator skin campaign for Overwatch? We did apply for it. I got notified and I signed up immediately, so I hope. That'd be amazing. Walker, was that a Baldur's Gate 3 reference referring to the headband of intellect that you get from the trolls in Act 1? Spoilers. The guy that I cheese with is, yes. Maybe. Okay, just checking. If you didn't understand what I just said, that's okay. Baldur's Gate 3 is a very, very fun game. I could replay that game all day. I hope so, Sporps. I'll double check, but I know it's limited spots. We're not quite as big of a community as they're probably looking for, but I'm hoping. Okay. Now, Para, what has changed between this and the last round? Because it seems like what you did to them, they're now doing to you. Okay, we're giving away 4 now. Thanks, thank you for the support. Minx, appreciate another 20. We're doing marbles on stream after this, and we are now giving away forward VOD tokens. So if y'all want to be eligible for that, all you have to do is be in chat when we do the thingy dingy. We'll follow the small instructions. Deanna knows the setup very well, so hopefully she'll help kind of maybe guide us in towards the setup in case I've forgotten, because I'm an old man and I forget things. But yeah, it's going to be a thing. Y'all see what it is. It's very fun. And you guys can kind of sabotage each other, so it'll be a good time. Minx, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate your face. But right now, Para, I'm curious as to see at what point you try the flanking style, because it was working so well on offense. But this is what we talk about when we say left-handed versus right-handed Overwatch players, is the majority of players are right-handed, meaning they're way more comfortable on attack and attacking situations. And then left-handed, you try to get them to write their name, and they're very uncomfortable. Here we force the grab. Huge. Let's see what we can do. I want to see you take some high ground, maybe go for a backline angle. Let's see what you got. see what you got. Can we get a spread counter? I don't know if that might break me, Walker. Got bored? Now, chat, what are you guys noticing about high ground? How many people have you seen take high ground so far? Mini J, we're looking like we're on par to either do one more or we're gonna call it here. Not a single one. No one takes high ground. I'm telling you, if you guys just go up, if you're playing in silver, gold, even plat half the time, if you guys just go up, no one's gonna even notice you. They're gonna go, what? They're gonna think that you're a flying bird of prey, and they're gonna be like, how did that happen? Or they're not even gonna look at you. Alright, Jay, I got you. We'll do our VOD token giveaway, and then we'll do yours, Jay. Okay. Oh, we are inside of them. Good luck, Minx. Okay. Fair. And Para, this is where I struggle coaching you sometimes because I know you get bored and I have to like reel you back in. But if you're going to do that, because you're, as you put it, limit testing, end up behind them so at least they have to turn around to shoot you, as opposed to ending up in the middle of them, in front of them. Yes, Jay, go ahead. I know Walker's kind of working on this with you, and I think you're more likely to listen to Walker. And if you know what, I'm okay with that. I see it as Walker's helping you improve because y'all are buddies. I'm fine with it. But if I had to give my little bit of something, he gets bored mid-match. It's not a joke. I understand. So if you insist on that, I'm playing dive tank Zen as if though you're playing Winston, at least end up behind them. So they have to turn around, as opposed to inside of them to where all they have to do is click. That is now 2 grabs in a row you've taken. Hit him from the back? Yes. I'm instantly regretting saying that because now it's going to be... Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, well, let's still make this a learning opportunity, chat. How well are we noticing that Zen does against a full charge Zarya? Would you say that the That's actually insane. This is a wild world we live in. This is a wild world. Crazy. There we go. Okay. Eat him. Slow that down a bit. You should have killed him. You should have killed him. No, Boo Boo, you're funny. I'm just still in awe of what I'm watching. That it's kind of distracting me. You're still funny, Boo Boo. I've been there. Confirmed. Confirmed. You got jokes. I got giggles. I need a snack. Hey, you didn't eat that one. What rank is this? Storm, what rank do you think it is? This is Masters 9, Silver 25. Silver 5, Silver 2. It is Silver 2. This is wild. But chat, notice I'm not flaming. I don't care what rank you guys submit. I'm just going to give you my best input on how to improve. Which is another thing that I don't like it when other content creators do, is if someone that's like bronze is asking for help and they just get shit on. It's not helpful. So that's what we call live coaching. That's good, Para. That means you benefit a lot more from live in the moment reminders. Thing. We offer that as well as VOD reviews. Now, the one-on-one coaching, that is a lot more of a time commitment, but there's several of y'all that want to do coaching through the community, which I always encourage, because if you can show that you're like a good, consistent person and you're able to help people improve, we definitely want to add you to our lineup. Well, Walker's fired. Holy shit. Do you realize that, Para, you didn't let go of W until you got to this corner? You had W... Hold on. Everyone needs to see that. Did you guys see that? He did not stop pushing W. Look at this. Look at this. Ready? W. Still hitting W. Still hitting W. Okay, it chilled a bit. Is that bad? I'm not going to say good or bad. I'm just going to observe and say, that's interesting. No one goes high ground. No one goes high ground. There are 3 lanes on every Overwatch map, and there's also multiple layers. When you're new at the game, you're usually only comfortable at base level in one of the lanes. So you'll notice that as players get higher and higher rank, their comfortability of playing away from the objective goes up. And then people that are less comfortable with the game, they play closer and closer and closer and closer to where the payload is, or the objective is. This is wild. Nah, when I'm playing, the enemy automatically loses a lane like a champion. Good job, Gino. He has the fear factor down. No. So here's what it is. So, and Para, I mean this with as much kindness and sensitivity as I can muster. So, chat, if y'all are familiar with the animal kingdom, let's say you take like a freshborn, um, let's take a freshborn gazelle, right? A gazelle growing up, it develops this innate sense of fear versus safety. So it has built into it, hardwired into its brain of going, I'm good, I'm chilling, versus I don't need to be here. And then its response is adrenaline kicks on, its feet start moving and wiggling, its heart starts pounding in its chest, and it's out of there. Hell no, I don't need to be here. And it's very quick to do so. And then there are other members of the animal kingdom, like rats, and this is why rats are kind of terrifying, is because there's certain species of rats that they lose or they get desensitized to this fear of like human beings or things that are bigger than them. Chihuahuas have it too, and they don't actually fear things that are bigger than them. They should because they're in danger, but they don't. And then you have the mighty moose. The moose is the so freaking big it can get hit by a SUV, get up, and then hit the thing back, right? So when you're smurfing in several elos above where you belong, you're kind of like the moose. When you're playing in your elo, you are kind of like the gazelle. You're mighty, you're fast, you're quick, but you also know when to get out when you need to. And then when you're in an elo where you're way under eloed to where you're actually playing in, you're basically the opposite of a smurf. You're like, I don't belong up here. You're the rat in that your fear response is not where it needs to be until it's too late. That's the best thing I can describe. No, Para, you have moose mentality. I'm still trying to figure out whether or not it's deserved. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure that out. This is a treat, though. This is wild to see. Are you saying I'm higher elo than silver 2? I'm not going to talk about elos. Para, the first thing I would like to see you do is if Walker and I can work on keeping you consistent and being, I guess, your words, less bored, I think your ability to improve would skyrocket. On your left, top your echo. There's no fear receptor at all. So you want to be the moose, but you're a bit more like the rat right now. You know the fact that he did not there with enemy sucks. They definitely maybe dropped the ball. Like right now you're kind of the rat, where your fear receptors are not functioning well. The one thing I'm very proud of you though is that you're not doing what everyone else is, and that's they're constantly jumping. Is anybody else noticing that, chat? I'm gonna push play, and Pear is gonna look back at the enemy team. I want you to pay attention to how much they are jumping. Did you see the Season 8 balance preview? I have not yet, Sporks. Why are you yelling at me? Pear isn't jumping, so you're already doing better about that. Why jump when you can float to Discord? Thank you, Sporks. I don't know why you're yelling at me, but yes. He has been shouting no fear since like 2019 in Rainbow Six and holding W. You jumped. Pear, you were right. What the shit? What? Oh my god. Why did you transcendence? You could have done it there and been great. Alright. Well, why would you blade 1v4, you ninny? Oh my god, this whole elo is wild. They're all jumping. They're all jumping. Like, their Roadhog can't hit you because he won't stop jumping. And their soldier just ran around for 7 seconds instead of shooting his gun. That's wild. Well, so Para, a couple things. If Walker really did tell you to just throw away your ult because you get it so fast, I would slightly disagree. Told you I'm a Zen god. I like the moose mentality, Walker, but we're a little bit radish with the fact that our fear receptors are not really going off, and the reason that we're not being punished is not because we're outplaying them, it's but because you're just playing against people that don't understand how to punish you. So what I'm worried about is if you don't develop some of this, hey, that's a dangerous thing to be doing. I'm worried that if we did get you to a higher elo, then you would start getting punished and you'd be like, why is this happening? So I'm okay with you being aggressive, but don't do it main. Pick a different angle and do it from there. So again, I like the tenacity. I like the who's going to carry the boats and logs, but we need to be taking a bit more on the off angles. And I really need you doing a little bit more thinking with when you ult, why you ult. And I don't know why, but you really like to 1v1 their tank. It may be cool on Twitter, but I can't endorse that type of decision making because it's going to cost you. I love boxing the tank. I've said my piece. You play the game however you want to play the game, Para. All I'm gonna say about that. Now, with that being said, chat, before we do Mini J's good, awesome funness, we have some marbles on stream to do. So again, quick little explanation. What we are about to do is we are about to give away 4 VOD review tokens. And I will be giving you guys a small little bit of instructions in just a moment. 1 second. Bum ba da dum dum dum. Okay. So hopefully y'all are ready. Let's do race. We're gonna do random. We're gonna do viewers. Max racers 500. Okay. So the way this is gonna work. Hey, wait up. Oh, wait a darn minute. I like that. Okay. So chat. If y'all can see what I can see. You guys would like to enter the giveaway, now is the time. So you're gonna do exclamation point play. Exclamation point play, as it says right here. Oh, I see people. I'm joining. I'm in this too. So what we're giving away is we're giving away 4 of our free VOD reviews. These are $10 token that have been purchased by people in the community. Yes, most coaches on Twitch charge between $50 and $70 per VOD review. Mine are significantly more affordable just so we can help more people. Okay, I'll give you guys another 10 seconds and then we're queuing this. Oh, hell yeah. There you go. Wait. We have one of our players who was originally plat. He hit GM more only. So yeah, we can help you. Yeah, Saturday we're doing a breakdown session from tanking. So from fundamentals pace all the way up. And Boo Boo here is trying to hit a GM on tank. The Doom bug. No spoilers, Walker. No spoilers. We're gonna look at that after this. 4 tokens if you win. No. We're gonna be giving away. We're gonna be giving away 4 in total. So you guys will see. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Luck. Oh shit, here we go. Ah, Pear is dead. Here we go, Boo Boo in the lead. Boo Boo taking off, Mini J pulling forward. Oh, Wait is taking a huge lead as Mini J goes off the map. Sporks followed up in second place. Boo Boo with a third. Everyone else struggling behind the pack. Here comes Wait scooping forward. The newcomer is making quite the entrance. Wait goes off the map. Too rushy on the push. Oh my goodness. Here comes Spork with the lead. Boo Boo closing in on her tail. About to. Oh no. Boo Boo goes down. Too much speed. Too much momentum. Gets greedy with it. Spork's off the map. Oh my god. Hold on. Slow and steady wins the race. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Storm going forward. The streamer versus Storm. Let's see who takes it. Oh wait. The streamer going to the left side. Storm taking the right side curve. We're closing in on the final obstacle. Let's see who takes it. Oh my gosh. It's okay. We're doing a couple more. Oh no. Storm with the first place. Here we go. This is where it all gets decided. Storm is going to take it. I think Storm is about to bring it home. Here it comes. Oh, he gets stuck on the pegs. I knocked him forward. Oh no, it's neck and neck. 3, 2. Congratulations, Storm. Okay. You get the first one. Not rigged. Okay. And then we go again. Ready? Random track. If you have not entered yet and you would still like to enter, remember, exclamation point play. We're running again. First winner is going to be Storm. Okay. So. First winner is going to be Storm. Yeah, I think this is fun as hell. Okay. I'm joining as well. I see Mini J, I see Walker, I see Para, I see Gino, I see Wait, I see Boo Boo, I see me. What is this for? VOD Soaking giveaway, Gino, and I know how much you just love winning marbles, so I think you're gonna have a blast. And even if you win the last, if you already win once, you can still re-enter because this is all pure RNG. This will be fun. Okay. Ready, ready, ready. Give you guys 10 seconds. And this is good for any elo, y'all. Any character, any elo. I coach all characters, bronze to GM to ultimate to tier 2 if you're semi-pro or lower. Yes, Storm. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's see what y'all got. Oh no. Oh, this one looks trippy, dude. Looks like chocolate chips. Here we go. Ooh, we're taking side angles. Wait and Storm with Walker looks like they're in the lead. Jay is struggling behind. So is Gino. The Streamer and Wait seem to take a shortcut. Walker close behind. Boo Boo going as well. They're all trickling in. Streamer is in the way in the lead. I don't know if this is rigged. It might be. It looks like there's 2 alternate paths. Let's see who goes which way. Ooh, these look like really dangerous corners, though. We might have some people flying off the edges. Oh my goodness. It looks like we're aiming for this fun little target here at the end. Boo Boo is slowly gaining on weight here. This is definitely not decided yet. Let's see what we got. Come on, come on. Keep pushing, keep pushing. We're almost there. We're almost there. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Now this is whoever gets closest to the center, I think. Storm wins it. Storm, that's 2 for you, big dog. I hate it here. So final results are this. Now, Storm, you have already won one, so you have 2 options. You can either keep it or give it to the second place winner. Second place? Well, Wait, you win. Storm, that was very nice of you. All right, so Wait, you are second winner. Wait a darn. Should be there. W Vane for playing BG3. Okay. We're going again. We have 2 more. 2 more that we're giving away. And then we'll be doing a reaction to the changes and stuff like that in Jay's VOD. Jay, I don't know how you're doing on time, so I don't want to take that away from you. If we have time, we'll do your VOD after the reaction. If not, we'll do the reaction first. Exclamation point play. See what y'all got. I'm also going to join. I'm chilling on time. Okay. Oh ho ho. I'll sit out this one. It's up to you. Wait, if you even want to participate just for the fun to see if you win, that's why I'm doing it. If I win, obviously I'll give it to the next person. But I just think it's fun to watch. Handing out bands to everyone in front of me. All right, y'all ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh dear God. Plinko, 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 plinko. Let's see what we have. Oh, Sporks is greedy. Look at that. She's knocking people out of the way. Boo Boo's pissed. Oh, here we go. Everyone going for the left. No, I think it's pretty much an even split left and right side. Let's see who makes the better call. Ooh, this nice long map as well. So we'll get launched. Oh, those are noises. Here we go. Rushing forward. Everyone seems to be kind of mixed up on who's going where. Let's see what we have. Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. Left and right side split. Let's see who goes where in what direction. We're going to call these antlers. There's a bunch of deadly... Oh, looks like the stairs kind of slightly open up. I hope that's not the case because this is going to be really dangerous here. We're about to have a big rush of speed. We have Wait and Storm in the lead. Gino close behind in third place and Para in fourth. Sporks and Jay, you got to keep up. You got to speed up. Sporks goes down. Sporks, what are you doing? Oh, you should have ulted. Let's see. Wait in first, Storm in second, Gino in third. All right, y'all know how this works. Wait, you've already won. So if you want, you can pass it on to the next person. Storm, you can as well, which means if you guys both pass it on, it does go to Gino. So the way that it works, is this a new Overwatch mode? Kuza will doing VOD token giveaways. We still have one more that we're giving away after this one. So remember, keep in mind, chat, if any of y'all do win a giveaway, we can't give it to a specific person. We can let it go to the next place winner, or we re-roll entirely, just so that it stays fair for everyone involved. So if Wait doesn't want to claim 2, passes it on to Storm. So that's the first one. Wait, are you keeping or passing it? You'll keep then? Okay. We're going to mark you down for 2. Wait. Sorry, Gino. We're rolling the next one. If you want to answer Kuzel, it's going to be exclamation point play. We're ready. Okay, so exclamation point play. This is the last one we're going to be doing. Gino. I have that disabled for this view, but I'll play it back for first. Let's see what y'all got. If I die in this one, I'll give up. I'll just pay for it. Sporks, may the odds be always in your favor. All right, quiet. I see you. All right, let's see what we got. See a handful of y'all. I'll give you guys another 10 seconds and then we'll go in. But this is something we used to do right when we first started streaming. It was shown to us. And I think it's a fun little thing to do. It's a cool, different way of kind of having you guys cheer each other on for giveaways. So anytime we get a good amount of them, we'll do them all at once. And then you guys can kind of race and cheer each other on. I think it's super fun. This is very fun. I think so. Okay. Ready? Gino. Ready? 3, 2, 1. And ooh, another Planko style map. Let's see what y'all got. 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Ooh, let's see what we have here. Everyone drop in at rapid pace. We have Walker in first. Mini J takes it quickly. This is where it gets decided. We're about to hit some boosters. There's 1. There's 2. Oh my goodness, stopped immediately. Shadow. Where is Walker going? Oh, 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 oh. Gino has stopped moving. Where are y'all? Everyone needs to relax. Y'all need to relax. Boo Boo went off the map. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gino hurt his back. He's not moving. There we go. The streamer has taken off. Kuzel and Wait have stopped to tie their shoes and buy a lemonade. We are zipping ahead for Storm goes off the map. There's a lot. Kuzel jumping for it. Did he make it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everyone stopped to have a sandwich. Guys, you gotta move faster. Go, 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 go. This is kind of crazy. You don't want to touch the magical boob circles because they seem to throw you off the map. But everyone else is going to just taking their time, pushing Q, shattering the blocks, breaking shields. Kuzel says, screw you guys, taking off, taking a dominant lead, plowing through the beholders. Here comes Gino. Really wants a Snickers bar. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here we go. Sporks is saying, screw you, Beshes. Taking off. Quiet is saying, not today, Sally, sweetheart. Here we go. Coming up. Oh, it's Sporks and Quiet neck and neck. They're pushing for it. They're pressing. Oh, Quiet is just going to barely squeak by. Oh, but there's a couple of boulders left over. Oh, screw that. Quiet is juking, bobbing, weaving. Not today. Damn. All right. Oh, my goodness. Yo, Quiet with a commanding league. Didn't give a damn about the last set of boulders. Sporks, again, I don't know what's going on. Tighter shoes. I didn't fall off this time, though. True. But Quiet, you said not today. You were leaping. You know, it's like one of those pole vaulters that is just lunging over everything. That was wild. Nicely done. And then weight is. Wait, we're going to run out of time. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There we go. Wade is telling everyone to wait a darn minute. Boom. Nicely done. All right, Quiet. Congratulations. You are our fourth and final winner. Um, I don't know how. I don't know how, but I actually think Gino is cursed in this because Gino has, I think, has done more of these entries than any of y'all have. And for some reason, we just can't get Gino to win. I think it's actually biased against Gino. But Quiet, congratulations. We're gonna mark you down for our fourth winner. Gino, you know you're our favorite Genesis in the whole world. You know that. Okay, so we're gonna put you down the Quiet Cloud. So the way that this works, for the people that have won, so this is considered to be a paid VOD review. So think about it like when you go to an amusement park and you purchase what is referred to commonly as a fast pass. It's just like getting into the park, but what it does is it means you get to kind of skip the line. So if we do a claim for VOD reviews, starting next Tuesday, you'll be able to use them. And so Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you want to use your VOD token, you go ahead and claim it. Because it's a paid one, it does take priority over a channel point redeem. So if we're only doing a limited number of VOD reviews that day, you're able to go, I have a VOD token, and you almost guarantee yourself a spot. And you also jump to the head of the line. The only other people that would be ahead of you are people that have also paid for VODs that have also claimed on the same day. So it's like a nice little priority pass that you're getting for the VOD reviews because they are high demand, but there's only ever limited time for them. So go goodbye. I'm driving home. Take care. Yes, Gino, drive safe. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Anywho, so again, congratulations to our winners, Storm Chaser, Wait a Darn Minute ×2, and The Quiet Cloud. I'm looking forward to working with y'all. Hopefully we get you guys some VOD reviews and we do some schwinning and improving. Are you doing VOD reviews today? Yes, we are. We have one more scheduled for the day, which we're going to be doing here just after we're done going over the patch notes for Season 8. So you'll get to see kind of the style that I coach in. And then we'll be continuing them again on next Tuesday and Thursday. And we're also doing a live tanking and fundamentals breakdown this Saturday with our very own Boo Boo, who peaked GM on tank. Originally was a plat player, has done a lot of coaching with me, really determined player, really consistent, really open to learning, and he's gone as high as GM. He's been complimented by other big tank streamers like Flats and Emong. You know, he's a very good player and he's come a very long way. I can't be more proud. Is there an expiration on tokens? Not at the moment, no. You were silver when you came here, so forgive me. Oh yeah, it was silver, not plat. Silver to GM, and that's a big jump. So you guys will get to see me do coaching with one of our GM tanks, and it'll be helpful for everyone, and it'll probably also end up on YouTube as well. I didn't know you went so in depth. I think it's better to go in depth than just to give people like, oh, aim better, get gooder, skill issue. I don't do that because I don't think it's helpful. I'll never tell a player just, oh, aim better, because that that doesn't that does nothing. That doesn't help you learn at all. So I'd rather actually teach you guys so that you understand and give examples, because that seems to be a lot more productive. Yeah. And I also charge about 1/5 of everyone else in the platform because I want to help more people. Anywho, that's it for there. Let me pull up the fun little. Thank you very much, Sporks. If y'all are interested in leaving or entering and getting into the Discord so you get notified when we go live and stuff like that, !Discord, and you'll see all the fun stuff that we have set up. We have all information that helps with coaching. We have Scrim code VODs when my Scrim team, it's a tier 2 team, goes live. I put replay codes in there sometimes. We have tech discussions. We have Steam games. We have self-promotion if you have a business or any online presence. We even have a spot where you can look at all the fluffles that a lot of y'all have submitted to look at. Cute little things. So if you're looking for a nice Discord channel, hang out, chill, relax, find people to queue with, that's the spot to go. And then also some reviews for our one-on-one coaching if you guys are ever interested in getting some feedback as to what the coaching is about. These are people from the community that have tried my one-on-one coaching and have given their honest feedback about how it was. Here's our very own Sporks. She's in chat right now. In talks here, this is a player that I worked with, and he's on my main team that I coach. He was originally a Masters player on Widow, and he peaked top 50 in EU on Widow. Major improvements with this player, and he's only 17. I turned him into a disgusting Widowmaker. Very, very proud of him. But I have the pleasure of coaching him on my team now. So yeah, very, very good player. Anywho, let's take a look at this together. Director's take. Okay, so let's look at this together, chat. Director's take, balanced preview for season 8. Let's look. This is one of the 2 remaining Director's Take blogs for 2023. We'll release another one in 2 weeks and take the last part of the year off for the holiday season before we pick up again in the new year. So that means that what we're about to get is basically what we're going to have for the entire month of December. I'm expecting a big splash to happen with Mauga, and I'm assuming they're going to change a lot of things around to kind of compensate for Mauga being added to the roster. So I'm nervous but excited about that. And number 2, I'm really curious as to what they roll out for the winter season, because the winter event, for me personally, has always been my favorite. So I'm excited to see how, Okay. I'll be writing this one in a sort of turkey-induced fever dream, and the next one will just after we launch season 8. Okay, this is when we'll release our newest hero, Mauga, along with quite a few balance changes for the game. We'll take a look at those changes and touch on a few other topics as well. We're making a general change to the amount of ult charge retained when swapping heroes, reducing it from 25% to 15%. We do like that this mechanic removes friction when swapping heroes and think that it still should at 15%. Okay, I like that. That's something they added for Overwatch 2, which didn't exist in Overwatch 1. And I think most people weren't a fan of it, and I think this can only be good. I don't see them ever fully removing it because I think that they're admitting that they were wrong. So, anywho, but I'd rather have them try stuff than not. So, however, there is a perception that it's almost always an advantage to counter swap upon dying, and we're lowering this value to see if it has an effect on swap rates. Yeah, that's kind of what we're getting at. It's definitely more apparent for tank swaps than anything else, because it's very abusable when how much more that you have to kind of counter swap for tank versus the other 2 roles. It's kind of an issue. Let's look at changes coming to some of our heroes for Season 8, starting with some of the larger changes coming to our tanks. We released a reworked Roadhog late in Season 7. Roadhog quickly became one of our top performing tanks with a win rate somewhere around 54%. There's been a lot of feedback around his kit, but we're going to hold off from making any changes at the start of Season 8. Good. Roadhog is not broken. He's just actually playable, and people aren't used to that. Mauga has a lot of answers to Roadhog, and we like to see where the meta settles a bit before aiming at the midseason patch for any balance adjustments. There are times when Doomfist players use his ultimately purely as an escape. It's a little disappointing to activate Meteor Strike and intentionally land on a health pack rather than the enemy players. True. Starting in Season 8, Doomfist will now regenerate 75 health per second while in the air. We're slightly increasing the cost of the ult in order to compensate for the buff. Okay. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I really enjoy Doomfist, so I'm excited. I'm this is interesting. They're adding sustain to Doomfist. Okay. Okay. At first I thought what it was going to be is you gain health based on the amount of people that get hit by your ult. That would be interesting. I think I'm okay with this. We'll have to feel it out a bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to kind of see how this goes. W Doom buff, bye bye support. Yikes. Um. Okay. Tanks are supposed to take and create space. It's not that simple. That's why we're making a video about it. And when Ramatra is in his base form, he can be a little too easy to ignore. So we're going to shift 100 of his health to armor, as well as slightly increase the size and damage of his projectiles to see if it helps. Oh no. Yo, I get to play Ram this next season. Chat, I know we've been playing a lot of DPS lately, but I think it's going to be a tank season for me. I really do. I think we're going to be playing Doom and we're going to be playing Ram again. I enjoy Ram so much. The lore, the character, hell, even the highlight intros. I am going to be so excited for this. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Increase the size and damage of his projectiles. Bruh, the reason that Ram was played less was it wasn't it was because if you're playing Ram and they have an Ana, you get farmed hard. They were like, "You want tank buffs? F supports, let's go. I'm back. What's good? Wait. Doom is getting buffed. Ramatra just got buffed. He's gonna have Hanzo size arrow bullets. Oh dear God. Winston isn't the best matchup for other tanks, you don't say. This is part of his kit, but the disadvantage feels too extreme, and we'd like to alleviate it a bit. In Season 8, Winston's Tesla cannon will now ignore armor's damage reduction. So piercing sniper monkey. Wait. Hold on. That doesn't say right click. Winston's Tesla cannon. Is that all damage? Oh, that is fascinating. Because the thing I said, chat, is that if you buffed Winston's damage, the numbers, it would be too much because he would get crazy value on his ability to cleave. I wanted to give him a shield that was unbreakable with a limited amount of duration where it's active. So max of like 2.53 seconds. And then it dissipates. So for 3 seconds, it eats all damage. And then afterwards, it goes away. And then he has to reset. So it enables his dive. It actually makes the shield somewhat useful, but it's not broken because there's a maximum duration. This is interesting because, ooh, ooh, ooh. Are they doing anything to his health though? Because that's going to be more of his thing. I think this will make Winston better in low elo, especially for the Winstons that just play Winston as if though you're playing Reinhardt because that's it. But for high elo, this isn't going to do much. I don't think. It'll help a bit with his alt farming because now you're doing more damage overall as opposed to having reductions from armor. Play behind wall may wait out shield. Hey, Real, welcome, welcome. Mauga is going to be strong against Monkey. Yes. Winston and Ryan are definitely the next in line, I hope, for reworks, but Winston gets schmelted a lot by Mauga. His ult shits on Winston. His primary messes with Winston. His burst with everything. The fact that his overdrive is now getting buffed to help people that are being dove by Winston heal off of Winston. The Winston's really in a bad spot right now. Moving on to a few of the changes to our DPS heroes, let's start with Sombra. She's had a lot of moving parts recently, and we feel like she's in a much better spot. Her win rate hovers between 45 and 48% depending upon rank. However, her ultimate still isn't. No. The ultimate still isn't as satisfying as it could be, so we're going to raise the ability lockout time of her EMP by 1.5 to 3 seconds and reduce the amount of damage it does from 30% to 25% of maximum health. This brings her ultimate more in line with her hero fantasy and is much sharper in its effect. I still think there needs to be a maximum duration on invis. Call me crazy, chat, but I don't think you should be able to be invis permanently. I think it should be a max of like 12 seconds. After 12 seconds, if you've been invis the entire time, you uncloak. And then you have to wait the duration to recloak. Doom's getting buffed. Winston's getting slightly changed, but I don't think will make much of a difference. They're buffing Ram, giving him 100 armor health and increased projectile size and damage, so that's wild. Soldier 76, oh no, has enjoyed a lot of success in season 7. He's a really well-rounded DPS, and the self-sustain from his heal can make him really difficult to deal with while he's in its radius. Rather than reducing the effectiveness of the heal, we'd rather open larger windows of opportunity by increasing the cooldown from 15 to 18 seconds. Okay. So that won't change him too much in higher elo, where Soldier already kind of struggles. It'll just make it so soldiers need to not waste the cooldown as much in low elo. I think that'll be not... It won't break the character, but it'll be interesting to see how lower elos react to that. Does anybody remember how much damage Tracer's pulse pistols do? I wouldn't blame you if you don't. We've changed them a lot. If you guessed 5.5 damage per shot, you'd be right, but not for long, because we're changing them again back to 6. The previous change to 5.5 was made to offset a bug with their fall off and spread. Now that those bugs are fixed, we're moving them back to their previous value. Oh, I'm actually really happy. That's wonderful. Okay. I'm glad they fixed the bug. We're going to see where she sits now, because dive is still very... a lot of people would be like, no, that's too strong. But here's the thing. Dive right now is very weak, so we need to see how this translates. Let's look at some of our support changes. Brigitte was the best performing support hero since the last patch. We are seeing your feedback that she's becoming a must pick. We're going to revert the damage on Whip Shot to try to bring her back in line. We're also looking at the damage potential of Baptiste, and we'll be lowering his primary fire ammo from 45 to 36. Interesting. Okay. Real, we have one more VOD review that we're doing after this, and it's going to be from Mini J. That's going to all we have time for today. Remember, Real, if you have a day where you're like, Atlas, I want to lock in a VOD, not I may be or maybe not. If you can be like, Atlas, VOD, Tuesday, lock me in, and I'll be like, yes, Real, I'll do that. But you got to say it with, you got to confirm it, and you got to tell me, Atlas, I'm going to be there. And then I'll help you with the time zone difference or the time stuff. If they nerf Brig and make dive strong, it's not just Brig right now though. It's also Mauga getting introduced. So even if you don't have Brig being as strong, that's only one moving part. I'd like to touch on one of the items mentioned in the last director's take, specifically the leave rate in quick play matches. Based on a recent implemented set of penalties for leaving too many matches, that rate has gone down considerably. There has been a talk around that, specifically that some people view that mode as something that they would like the freedom to leave without worrying about those penalties. No. If you give up because it's hard in the casual game mode, that's a little ridiculous. Hey, Sex. Like, yeah, I it's quick play. How are you gonna rage quit in quick play? It's literally the casual game mode. It's like, oh, my tank sucks. Like, and it's the casual game mode. Who gives a shit? Practice and get better. That's the whole point of the game mode. Stop. Even less of a reason to complain about your teammates. You lose nothing by playing the game out. You lose nothing at all. The only thing I could say is that if you've queued in and you've gotten defense like 9 games in a row and you're just like, I just want to attack once, please. I get that, but come on. Come on. Here we go. Different people play quick play for different reasons. Some people see it as their try hard version of the game. Some view it as a way to experiment with heroes, and others use it as their casual, just for fun version of the game. Good. It's meant to have that freedom to play however you want to play it. It's really difficult to have this part of the game be all things for all people. In the past, we've talked internally about whether we need a third main queue in the game in order to have different areas to serve people of different levels of seriousness, but don't think that players would voluntarily move into the appropriate queue for their particular playstyle. No, don't add more, don't add more. Casual, competitive, laid back, serious. It's like when you're taking if you have a kid, right, and you lay out clothes for them to pick from, you don't tell the kid, oh, wear whatever you want, because then they'll walk out in a tutu and scuba flip flops and like a cowboy hat. Stop it. Give the kid 2 sets of clothes that you've picked out, and so that they think they have the freedom of choice to go red socks, blue socks. And then the kid is happy because they feel like they're in control and got to choose. But really, as the parent, you've set boundaries and limitations so that the kid doesn't go crazy and cause chaos. It's the same exact thing. Sorry, but I'm being blunt. Give the community casual, competitive, serious, laid back, and then let them choose red or blue socks. Don't tell them to pick whatever the hell they want to. You're going to confuse the kid and it's going to crap in your bed. Don't do that. Anyway, in regards to penalties for leaving quick play matches, the reasoning behind this is that frequent leavers do have an effect on the other people in the match, degrading its quality. There are some players that literally leave over 90% of their matches, and we could no longer stick to a black and white policy because of this. The policy is still very lenient, probably too lenient, where players need to leave almost a quarter of their most recent matches to trigger a light penalty. We'll continue to look at this and tweak those policies in an attempt to promote better match quality, but without the harsher restrictions of ranked play. That's it for this week. Thanks for reading, and we'll see you in game. All right, chat, what do y'all think? Do you think it should be as extreme as if you leave a game, they take away one of your skins randomly? Or they charge your account for $10? Or do you think that people should just be allowed to like leave and go back in, leave and go back in constantly? Like it as it is, nah. I too think it's fine. I did notice a big difference because we like to warm up in quick play, you know. But I don't know. I think that there's always going to be those people that just they're like, I don't want to be here, and it's fine. You should have the freedom. Technically, you can be in a comp game and be like, I don't want to be here. Alt F4, and then the penalty is that you can't play the game for like 15 minutes or whatever for the first time, and if you keep doing it, eventually you're like, you're not allowed to play comp this season. I get that. And if anytime like your mental health isn't compromised and it's like, I need to not play this game right now, then yes, it's a video game. You should 100% prioritize your own mental health over the video game. But if you're just being a whiny little baby boy, and you're like, I don't want to be here anymore, and you leave and then you just instantly requeue because someone on your team picked Reinhardt, and you're like, I watched this video on YouTube and Reinhardt's a throw pick. It's quick play, my guy. Just relax. If they want to play Reinhardt, then let them play Reinhardt. It's literally the casual game mode. You're not in a $10,000 tournament. So I do like the fact that they're kind of coming down and saying that it's already still very lenient and maybe too lenient. I think having a development team that is a little bit more strong on the tiller that says no, if you do this, there are consequences. If you do what you're supposed to, you get to enjoy the game. Because the ridiculous idea that one person gets to have no punishment for screwing over 4 or potentially 9 other people is ridiculous. Right? We're all on the same page, chat. That one person's happiness is not more important than 9 other people's happiness. Right? Like, we're on the same page. So, me personally, yes, that one asshole that decides to say screw you to everybody else, they should be punished in comp. In quick play, I don't really view them as being an asshole because there could be a number of reasons that they leave, but there needs to be some kind of reprimandation procedure set up. But that's my opinion about that. Anywho, to the actual changes though, the Doom change is wild. The Ram change is, I don't know why they did that. Again, Ram would get more playtime if Anna's sleep and nade wasn't as much of an issue. And again, stop making Anna not fun to play. Give her an anti effect, cool, but make it last less time on tanks. Or if you really want to, make it so nade doesn't do damage. Like if nade is too oppressive against squishy targets, then make it so it doesn't do damage when it lands. It just has an anti effect, so you still have to follow up and finish it. But like sleep was an issue, so that's smart. I know I'm a genius. So when they had sleep and they made it so sleep, and this came out of the blue supposedly, where when you slept a squishy, a DPS or support hero, they stayed asleep for the full duration. But when you slept a tank, they're like, hey, it's kind of a little too oppressive that you're taking a tank out of a fight for that many seconds. Well, yeah, that makes sense. If you shatter someone as Rhine, they're stunned for less time than if you sleep them. A cooldown was taking you out of a fight longer than an ultimate. Are we seeing a reoccurring theme here? When cooldowns are more impactful and do the same thing as ults, just better and more often, that's not fun. So the anti-effect, if the big issue is that it's too strong against tanks, reduce the duration. If it's too strong against squishies, reduce the damage associated with it. These should be baselines that we're all on the same page on. If we're looking at Ram's damage and the projectile size, that's wild. That's going to be crazy. I think low elo Ramattra players, they use shift way too much and they think that he's a brawl tank. But Ram, how he's supposed to be played, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna. Why would they do this? I don't know how much damage they're gonna be giving, but Ramatra is gonna be so bulky now. You already had like shift into ram into ult into back to shift form, so you could string them together and you'd have so much sustain. You would just go poke, 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 close distance, shield, snare, nemesis, brawl out, armor health goes away, pop ultimate, keep going, brawl out, ult ends, back into nemesis to either finish the kills or to get out of the fight entirely. Crazy. So that's a thing. My headphones just died, so forgive me. But yeah, that's nuts. And they gave him an extra 100 of his health is now armor. That's insane. The Winston change, that will be, it's not going to make a meta, but it might be interesting for low elo players. The Sombra change, I'm worried about this because she already kind of shuts down a lot of characters on the DPS roster, which I don't think is good because we needed DPS heroes that could fight against supports, and you gave us a DPS hero that just annoys tanks better or can 1v1 people out of spawn, primarily DPS heroes. So I think we kind of missed the boat. Some people might disagree with me. I think we kind of missed the boat on Sombra. Um, but yeah, in higher levels of play, like in contenders, Sombra's not going anywhere. This just makes her stronger for team play, in my opinion. Um, Soldier 76 change again. We're gonna have to see how that affects low elo. I don't think it's gonna affect high elo at all. Healing over time is the worst metric in the game, so it's not really that impactful. The Tracer change, this is going to be really interesting. We're going to have to play with her range and see how she does, but this will be nuts because Tracer's still played in like top 50 lobbies. Tracer's still good, and you just gave her more damage. So she's still good, she's still playable, but now she's better. So this will affect like high levels of play for the Tracer lobbies that are still ran. But this is going to be crazy. Tracer has such a high skill ceiling that the people at the top, even if you change her damage by like half of a point, she's still playable by those people. So if you give her a damage increase, it's it's exponentially more impactful for the higher up you go with the people that can take advantage of her skill ceiling, and it's really not as impactful for people that are like just starting to play her, for the average player, because they don't understand positioning or like timings and rotations, and their awareness isn't quite there. But Tracer is a really good example of mechanics, positioning, and awareness all coming together, and if you've mastered all three, you can create war crimes with the character. But if you don't have all three, you can really struggle. BAP damage getting nerfed with the primary fire. That's interesting. Okay. And the reverting damage on a whip shot. We'll have to see by how much. But yeah, 9 less bullets on BAP. Again, that wasn't his issue. But we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see how this goes. All right. That's it for that. Jay, if you can hear me, we're going to do your VOD now, bud. Do, 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 do. I got you, Jay. I got you. Here's the real question. There we go. Nice. Is the headset dead? Or is it just timed out? Let's see. No. All right, Jay, let's take a look at this together. And chat, yes, I have ears. Face reveal at 100,000 subs. It'll be a good time, I promise. Okay. Let's take a look at this together. Okay, so Mini J, this is gonna be Plat 5. OpenQ was trying to play DPS to get better at in higher lobbies, but nobody went tank, so switched to tank, and I never played tank. Okay, so Jay, this would be OpenQ. Are you then looking to get feedback on how you were tanking, or how you're? What are you looking for from this, basically, Jay? Feedback on how I did as a tank. Okay. So keep in mind, with this being OpenQ, things are going to look a little bit different. But the fundamentals of like the matchups you're taking, how aware you are of what to kind of keep in check, and this and that, those things will still be consistent. So we're going to kind of see how this goes. Now, chat, for y'all watching, I want y'all to pay attention to what the comps are when we start versus what they are by the end, because this is always wild with OpenQ. Because it's my opinion that if you're taking OpenQ seriously for comp, and you actually want to climb on the OpenQ ladder for whatever reason, You play tank or support? There's literally no reason to play DPS. But if you're trying to grind, practice, and get better at a character in a competitive environment, this could be a good thing to do. So yeah, for Jay here on your team, you have a BAP, Sojourn, Tracer, Moira, and they have Mercy, Moira, Brig, Diva, Bastion. Bastion's kind of an exception. You could probably run some Bastion. I think that would be okay. But let's see what you get. If you get another DPS character, you guys are going to get schlonged. Let's see. It's going to be a late pick soldier. Okay. Relax on the right click. Relax on the right click. Okay. Jay, I know you asked for tank feedback, but Sojourn, look me in the eye. If you have 20% beam charge, are you killing anything that has full health? If you have 20% charge on your beam shot, are you killing anything that has full health? The answer is no. Charge that shot so that you have it when you need it to confirm a kill. Other than that, damage, pressure with the primary. I do feel like I need to do as much as possible, but I probably shouldn't. No, Jay, you are correct. You should be looking to do as much as possible. But your kill potential with Sojourn, or rather, if we talk about the 4 numerics, right? Chat, we talk about this. Burst damage, burst healing. Damage over time, healing over time. Those are the 4 versions of numbers that exist in this game. And the most important, the most impactful, the best is burst damage. Second is burst healing, then damage over time, then healing over time. So what you have as Sojourn is you have access to burst damage and damage over time. But your damage over time builds your burst. So what you're going to do is you're going to focus on your damage over time to build up your burst damage, because your burst damage is where the majority of your kill power comes from. So if you were kind of holding yourself back by only letting your burst damage get up to about 20% charge, you have 80% of potential basically that you're missing out on. If you're ever wondering what you should be looking to do with a character that you've picked, ask yourself, burst damage, burst healing, damage over time, healing over time. The higher up on that list I have access to something, that is where I should be looking to actually land. Those are my big carry moments. So as often as you can get burst damage, those are your moments to shine. So play with the primary, build the charge, and then finish your confirmed kill. So you're going to be doing as much as possible, Jay. This is just not what it looks like, because you're kind of holding yourself back by rushing the shot. Okay. Ooh, a little Sigma. Shit. Okay. Okay. So Jay, when we talk about Sigma, if you go back in the VOD, I did a VOD review for Shorty, GM1 Sigma player. A good habit I want you to get into is if you're going to shield something, you're never going to leave it out in the open. If you are shielding, you're going to go shield, walk forward. Or you see a cooldown you want to block, shield, block the cooldown, drop the shield, keep playing. You should be looking to land as many primaries as possible, and if you are going to shield, or you're going to rock, or you are going to suck, it is because you are trying to go in and pressure and take a new corner. If you are shielding or sucking or rocking, it's because you are backing up or you are moving forward. It is not because you're trying to stay still. Does that make sense? Okay, so think of it this way. Think of every time where you put your shield out as Sigma, you leave it there, and then you go to the next spot, and you're like, oh, I need my shield again. Oh, wait, it's still back there. And then you have to pull it back, wait the second and a half, just to be able to use it again. So if you're going to shield something, shield it, pull it back, and then keep doing damage, and then shield again when you need it. But think of it more as a light switch you're flicking on and off, not just leaving the light on and then leaving the room. Hopefully that makes sense. And ult. No, okay. Nice punish. We need to pressure. We need to walk. We're up. We're up on numbers. Our team desperately needs us to pressure in. Okay. Nice. Now we chill. Your shield again. Remember that shield. Okay. So that's going to be a big thing. Definitely the shield idea. Flick it on, flick it back. Hey, M4. Appreciate the follow. Farah. 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 Jay, are you playing on speakers or are you playing on headset? I think Did you hear the Farah? You are playing on headset. So be honest. Did you hear the Farah and you're like, not my job? Or did you not hear the Farah? Because I know sometimes audio bugs happen, things like that, but that's a serious question. Didn't you hear her? Okay. Okay. Just curious. If you had heard her, Jay, probably had my music too loud. Bro, I tell y'all, if you guys want to play this game, you can't have stuff messing with your audio. You can't. Audio cues are so important in this game. Oh my god. Jay, you gonna make me. It's okay, we keep it going forward. Jay, you're funny though, I'll tell you that much. You're a funny guy. When a couple of y'all ask me why I never have music playing while I stream and play this game, it's because it is a bad habit to have. How am I funny? Because Jay, in a game like this, audio cues are perhaps more important than your visuals in a lot of situations. Because in order to see something, you sometimes have to put yourself into risky situations, and you're only ever able to perceive what's in front of you. Versus audio, you're able to hear things that are in front of you but are behind things that you can't physically see. And you're also able to listen for things that are happening to the left, to the right, behind, and anything that doesn't directly fall into your current FOV, field of view, for those of you who didn't know. And that's why you can make an argument that audio is probably more important than just raw visuals. And so when people play music, to where now there's other sounds, beats, instruments, pitches, frequencies playing, that makes it even slightly difficult or sometimes impossible to gain information other than just visual, you would limit yourself so much. If I told you to play this game with only one eye and it would mess with your depth perception, it would be noticeably annoying. If I told you to play this game with no sound cues, I mean no music at all, no audio, and I just said, nope, take your headphones off and play this game. Oh my god. I just listen to music in Masters and Below. Yes, Shorty's a GM player. And when he's playing in an ELO that he's significantly like better than, he can listen to music during. Why? Because he's just chilling. If you're trying to improve, do not listen to music while you are still learning the game. And until you're GM, you're still learning the game. Even my GMs, I don't recommend to play music because if you're trying to improve, that's only going to hold you back. Audio is so important in a game like this. Do not do things that make it harder for you to hear. You're handicapping yourself. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Never listen in GM. Why? Because that's your main elo and you're actually trying. That's like if I told you to play this game with one hand instead of two, it'd be hard. It'd be hard for no reason. Wait, this is the last one. Wait, but like I said, Saturday, big one. Tuesdays and Thursday next week. I'll be here. Wait, I'll be here. Your shield. Jay, your shield. Your shield. Jay, your Jay! 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 Your shield! There you go. Alright, good. See, you could hear me. You could hear me. Okay. I like it. Nice. A little late on the Pharah, but oh, you had your shield. Uh-huh. Okay. So this is something small, Jay. This is something small that you can work on right now. And for anyone else who's watching, this is something small to take a note of. This will help you fundamentally with any character you're playing. And it can maybe kind of help you understand the situations of, oh, there's someone on point, but there's people already in front of me. Because a lot of people go, well, what do I do? Do I go peel for point or do I keep fighting the people that are in front of me? Here's a situation that may help you feel a little bit better about whichever one you decide to go for. Notice here how, Jay, you're at 90% on your ult charge. You're 10% away, right? So our ultimates, for the most part, especially when you're playing tank, can be really nice and impactful. So I want you to think about Sigma as a character. If you're currently still fighting some people in front of you, and you notice either A, your team is all left because there's someone on point or multiple someone's on point, I want you to consider this. If there's multiple people behind you on point, but there's someone in front of you, if you cannot get back to point immediately, finish pressuring the thing in front of you, which can either lead to A, a kill, or B, minimally getting the rest of your ult, which means now when you do go back to help the rest of your team, you have something big and chunky to bring with you. Or alternatively, if it's only one thing behind you, back up slowly while continuing to pressure the things in front of you so that you can either deal with the situation behind, and then once it's dead, turn back to the big group and use ult on them that you've now built. So kind of pay attention to the cooldowns and the resources you have. And if you're close to building your ultimate, it will help you in a lot more of these situations than you think. Now, a lot of people struggle with, okay, do I go there or do I go there? Build your ultimate, because you'd be surprised in how now all of a sudden you can quickly be in two places at once, or you can deal with both problems almost back to back immediately, as opposed to feeling like, and kind of lost because you feel like you made the wrong choice. So for there, not a bad idea. Play for the ult charge. whichever one will get you the most ult charge, just to get your ult really quick, and then you can kind of choose and go peel, pressure this. I can't quite get the kill, but there's a bunch of people coming to payload. I can now ult all of them, and I'm awesome. And now you're able to influence the fight in that way. But we don't want to put you in these situations where you kind of abandon all the space you're holding to go deal with someone that's behind you, and now their team gets to walk up for free, and now the fight's happening here as opposed to there, and we don't have our ult yet. So kind of put that into consideration. If you're really close to your ultimate, it's a good thing to pay attention to and see if you're able to get that last little bit of ult charge, because it may be really useful in the fight that's about to happen. So something a little small there. Pay attention to your ult charge. Okay. So, Jay, how much time would you say you have on Sigma? And is Sigma the tank that you're looking to improve at specifically? Because Sigma is a very good character. Is this something that you want to put some time and invest into? And are there other tanks that you feel like you've already put a good amount of time into? That's the main question. Like on the list of tanks that you're like, this is what I want to play, is Sigma at the top, or is Sigma just one that you're curious about? Probably only have like 4 hours in total, and he's who I feel I'm best at for tank. Fantastic. So, Jay, if you do go back into the stream on the VOD, Shorty here, again, GM1 Sigma, might be interesting to see some of the stuff that he submits. But I'll give you some quick little basics I want you to kind of consider. I'm going to show you visually what I mean. Hopefully that helps you, okay? So, I don't play any of the tank besides Doom. Doom is a whole other fun thing. Now, we actually talked about Doom as well in this comparison. So a big thing about all of these characters here is that their cooldowns, they work very, very well when they're used together in like a nice little flow, almost like a dance. Doomfist is probably the best example to where you're able to use your different cooldowns together. So like using Slam into a punch, into a block that helps you build up your punch again. And now you have your punch again, and then you'll have your slam, and then you have your original punch, you have your ult, it resets your punch, so you're able to do that. Oh, I have my slam again, now I'm blocking, it gives me my punch again, and I'm able to go. So you see how there's almost like a rhythm that you would do for Doom. Now, Doom is probably the best example of this, but the other tanks exist the same way, whether it's JQ, Orisa, Winston, Roadhog, Diva, Sigma is no exception. So I want you to consider is what Sigma's main focus of damage is, because he does a lot of damage, is going to be this button right here, your primary, right? Same amount of damage as long as you're landing it, whether it's at max range or you're able to get a little bit closer and bounce it off the ground like this, or you get up in their faces and you're able to do it from point blank, okay? Your main focus is to be able to hammer this in as often as possible. And the stuff that you have in your kit that helps you do that, helps you, focus targets down, make them either easier to land or reduce the damage you're taking. It's going to be between your shield, your suck, and your boulder. So you have an absorb ability that gives you health back based on the damage you absorb. You have a CC stun that also does area of effect damage. And then you also have a fragile but very quick damage reduction. This also stops cooldowns, it stops damage, it stops healing from the enemy team. So considering what your kit does, So I want you to basically think of it this way. Anytime I want to get a little bit closer, flick to block a cooldown, move in, pull it back. As soon as you can no longer see your shield, I want you to take it back. So if you're going to use it, the poke, if it breaks or it's about to break, you're backing up or you're going forward. You've used your shield. If you use your shield and you have to pull it back, it's because I want you either going forward or backward. If they make you go backward, maybe you have to use another ability. That's absolutely fine. But if you use your shield, if you can't see it anymore, get into the habit, pull it back to you so that you'll have it next time you need it. So that's the first thing. When and how to use your shield. Number 2, the best way that you can add more survivability to you, especially when you feel like you're not being healed a bunch, is looking for sustain, and that's going to be through this ability. So the same way that JQ would use Shout and her bleed, the same way Doomfist slams enemies and builds up the overhealth, it's the same thing. This is your sustain tool. If you have it, you can stay in a lot stickier situations. If you don't, you cannot. So the real main takeaway I want you to focus on, Jay, if we're just dealing with one thing to work on. Prioritize landing as much damage as you can. Shield to get close or to back away. But if you can no longer see your shield, bring it back. You'll find yourself being able to use your shield more often. You'll find it being more valuable. And you'll also have it in a lot more situations where you're like, damn, I wish I would have had my shield there. Just something to practice. And you can start that today. And then number 2, and this is very important, if you want to listen to music while you play this game, free country or wherever I don't know where you're from, but free whatever makes you happy. I will say this though, if you play with music that takes away your ability to hear, it will make the game harder for you. If you cannot hear the game, it is harder for you to play the game. That is my advice. That's all I'm going to say. Sometimes I remove shield and quick I press shift. That's a good one. Because you can do shield into shift and you can cancel it into rock. So these abilities you can kind of use to cancel each other and keep going. Coach press E and at the same time press left click. So you do. Oh, wait. Lol. Oh, I see what you mean. I got you. Usually I don't, but I was in a music mood. Okay, Jay. That's good to know. So you do. That's weird. Shorty, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it. I think that could be interesting for juking people out. All right, Jay, with that being said, hopefully that made some sense. Hopefully that helped you a little bit. Do you have any questions or complaints? Any curiosities? Anything else I can help with? No? Okay. Jay, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate your face a lot. Hopefully I was able to help, bud. I'm excited to see you do some more Sigma. That's going to be fun. Sigma's one of my favorite tanks and characters in the game, so I'm really excited. Look at DM clip of you on my first time here. Oh, no. Okay, we'll take a look at this together, Shorty. And then we're going to go ahead and call it. Give me 1 second. And you said DM, right? Is this on stream or off stream? Is it okay to put it on stream? Yep, okay. Let's take a look at it together. Yo, I look so young. What the hell? Where's that tracer? Shit in him. Okay, why didn't we rock first? Why? Because we don't know if they have recall. So we primary fire. I love this shit so much.
it. I love 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 it because if they don't have their
That was great. And it's still true. That's why you don't use your rock first, because what if that happens if they still have the recall? You bait the cooldown and then you go for the big punish. I still stand by it. See? Younger me is still smart. We're fine. Oh my gosh. Anyway, with that being said, y'all, that is going to be it for me today. I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Ah, good stream though. I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 5 hours. For all the new people, hopefully y'all found yourselves welcome here in the community. Again, we do coaching on Tuesdays and Thursdays for VOD reviews. We do private one-on-one coaching for bookings. They're available anytime on Metafy for you to book, or you can do it during stream with a donation as well. Just ask questions and we can help you answer your questions, and we can get you booked up and scheduled in. I do compensate for international time zones, whether you're from the UK, Middle East, Australia, wherever. I'll make it happen. And then Fridays tend to be community days slash comp. Monday and Wednesdays are comp pushes. Saturdays are either variety or comp as well, depending on what we have. And then we also have sponsored streams where we do live one-on-one coaching sessions with you guys for people that want to do more in-depth stuff and they want to kind of show off what they've been doing, and they kind of want to be featured and then maybe get their own name out there or promote their own Twitch or anything like that. That's available on Saturdays as well. So if you want to use our platform to promote your own self, business, what you've been learning, all that stuff, that's another way to do that as well. But that being said, y'all, before I go, please remember, be kind, be humble, be positive, and as always, GG's. I'll see you on the next one. Good luck. All right, y'all.